You know, there's some pretty decent squads that they've taken down here, but it's not quite Falcons. And I think that's what we're going with today, is that it's going to be very, very difficult for these boys to get stuck into Falcons, just because of the experience as well. So I'm more inclined to believe that this is going to be a Falcons win. Do I believe it's going to go 2-0? I'd like to say yes, but I don't think that's a realistic approach to take. I think that there's definitely wiggle room for a 2-1, but I do think Falcons have got it. In fact, no, I'm going to commit to a 2-0. I reckon Falcons are going to win it. I reckon they're going to... It's going to be a very close game on Vertigo. That's the only way Falcons are going to win it 2-0, because Spirit Academy are a pretty good team on it as well. So, yeah, we'll definitely see.
And there's good news for the Counter-Strike viewer as well in that regard. If it does end in a 2-0, that doesn't mean the action stops for an hour. We're rolling schedule here today, so we're going to keep those games continuously on your screen, which I'm incredibly excited about, just continuing the action instead of having to sit here for an hour waiting for that next best of 3 to start up, which is going to be an absolute banger, by the way. GODSENT versus GamerLegion, but right now we don't need to talk about any other matchup. We've got Spirit Academy taking on Falcons. Let's get into it.
The 51 floors of Vertigo is where we begin our BO3 today. It's Falcons that start on the CT side, as Team Spirit Academy will Glocks in the first. As we roll into this pistol, you can see Spirit Academy, heavy play towards B, more contact heavy than anything. Glocks not letting go of shift keys just yet. They want to make this one unknown, and they are going to go for the double boost. One to the left, one to the right. And Python, he's going to spot neither of them, but a bit of noise made. Should know Donk's location. Spamming, trying to attempt it through the wood. Python is just going to get gunned down. It's a great start, though, from Team Spirit Academy, because Zontix has found a double. Doesn't stop Kenny from blind firing through the smoke. And now, man advantage, only one of them for this Falcons side. They've got to earn it back from the 3v4. A nice shot out of Kenny yet again. A nade that's well placed. Artfrost could be next into it as well. Massive damage done by Kenny. He's finally put out of this round. It's a great response from MBK. Sopfik's got a trade, and it ends in 1v1. And it might just end in tears here for Team Spirit Academy. The man with the Glock is low, and no Kevlar means body only needs body shot. And he swings out. Body hits the head anyway. And that is Falcons with a pistol.
It was a very shaky start on a Python there, just to stand out into the open, spamming away with the USP at the wall when you're barely doing any damage there. And meanwhile, they can come from everywhere. So initially I thought, okay, well, Team Falcons, that's the round dead loss. But Team Spirit, because they did get the bomb down, they will still be able to buy up. They go for that. Team of Falcons, though, they were playing retake. They had 2 over at mid in order to deny Team Spirit easy access to the site, and they just continuously kept on plaguing them. It wasn't a comfortable post-plant situation. This is interesting out of Team Spirit. They've only half bought up, so Artfrost going with that scout. Not saving up for the AWP at all, because right now, he knows he wouldn't be able to get it anyway. Look at this aggression out of Python. Zontix up next. Only gets the one, but Kenny S plugs the hole.
Very nicely done. Man advantage settling in favor of Falcons, of course, for Team Spirit Academy. The force buy, so, or rather a half buy. So if this one goes a bit south, it's not the most terrible of decisions and not the most terrible of rounds to be losing, just because you've got enough money to bring armor into the next. Now having a look, Artfrost finding nothing for now. Very, very slow. And really, no chance to earn their way back into this one. Going for the tag, head spotted, no frag still. And Artfrost lets MBK get away with his life.
I feel like this is just something we have to mention every single time Sopfik plays, but he is still technically their coach. Even though he's not performing like it at all, aka
No.
he's heavily overperforming in my opinion. And that makes Team Spirit incredibly strong, something that you can't really underestimate. Perhaps in this round you can sort of write them off unless they get some nifty deagle shots, but currently it doesn't really look like they're finding an entry. Nice flash from Buddy to support the peak for Kenny S, and he'll just continue on his reign of terror. Sopfik will shut him down, but a back creep from the suit is going to shut that round down.
Really nicely done. 2 M4s and a FAMAS saved as well. I think that's the best it gets when it comes to the Falcons investment. So, yeah, absolutely. Looks really good. And ultimately for Team Spirit Academy, they don't care that they lost that previous round. They're now onto rifles. They've got AKs. They've got utility. And this is home turf to them. They enjoy a bit of Vertigo. Let's start seeing it in action. It's going to be an entertaining one to see how they deal with the French powerhouse of Falcons. Of course, we know, as I said, they're a very capable team, but can they make it consistently capable? That's what we're here to find out in the third of this game. 5 AKs versus 4 M4s and a FAMAS. It's a very heavy investment made by Falcons as well.
A real bonus round here. Team Spirit. Blowing out through mid. Underutilized, in my opinion, mid. Tough to crack, but as soon as you have it, there's so many ways that you can go. And look at this. Falcons have left it completely open, but Masuda's going to be able to back creepy with the shot. Now so thick up against in the duel. Masuda needs to win. He loses it, and that's probably the round lost for Falcons.
That's so poorly played from Masuda. He's obviously the mid player. He's meant to be holding mid. He's backed away, and on the timing, they've got over mid, which is not terrible. Like, it happens, you know. Timing does exist, and he's going to be kicking himself that he's missed the opportunity to catch the players jumping over the top. But it's the fact as well that he doesn't even get the trade. He had an easy kill. Both backs turned, and they both get owned. And now, ultimately, this is a done round. Falcons will concede their first Team Spirit Academy, getting away with a freebie.
I do like the aggression out of Team Spirit. Just to take chances in that regard. Go up, there's nobody home. Usually you see teams being overly paranoid of, okay, well, there's nobody here. They must have laid out a trap for us, and they're just going to crunch down. Team Spirit, they'll take whatever they've gotten, and they'll roll with it. If it doesn't work out, well, you've still got the push in from the opposite end. You've still got B open through the stairs. So at least the very minimal it will be is a massive distraction and a continuous question in the back of Falcons' mind of who else is going to be over at mid. But Falcons, they need to run it back this time with an MP9.
Yes. Does get a bit difficult. Have a look, Python. Obviously trying to be observant with this SMG, knowing that if he allows the gap to get closed, it's where the SMG becomes most powerful, but pulls the trigger a bit preemptively. Oh, it's a great entry from Donk. A double kill. The man is so good. Molly goes past Kenny, and so he's able to earn back some ground, but it was a 2v4 hit for this Falcons side, and a Molly forcing him further away. The bomb is making its way towards the other side of the map because Artfrost has got such a deep position. Falcons have given this one up, and the round is over. There's no way Artfrost gets checked here. MBK, indeed. I mean, he has a look. Fair play to him, but he's just not expecting Artfrost to be on the angle, and that is the end of it. This is going to be Team Spirit Academy up to a second.
Yeah, seems to still have some sort of interest. First needs to clear out Artfrost, otherwise this round is just dead lost before he can even really start it. But it seems like he's going for the smarter option and just save it over. Artfrost. Kenny does manage to get that frag and should be able to get out of harm's way. Loves the smoke just to push back Team Spirit, and there's no way he's going for this round. Not with this HP, and not with 0 util on the back of it. And also, Kenny S would be the only weapon in the next round. This does line up pretty decently economically because Kenny S has still got a big bank left over. He's just saving up for the AWP. They're going to go for a save. It's Kenny S has got the AWP, perhaps dropping some pistols. All good.
Really nice. Team Spirit Academy bounding some rounds together, starting to poke at the hive a little bit here for Falcons. I mean, Kenny gets away with a rifle, but for everyone else, it's going to have to be an eco, and obviously he wants to keep his money for an AWP, which is understandable. That's where things get a little funky here for the CT side. Could be quite scary. See what they figure out with these USPs, obviously for Team Spirit Academy. We know what they're capable of doing on Vertigo. We were talking about it in the pre-game, Hytheria. We were saying how good and how competent they are. Probably off to a bad start in terms of the pistol loss, but since then, it's been pretty lights out Counter-Strike from them. Very, very effective with the rifles. And I mean, look at this, right? They've only won 2 rounds, and some of the players cash here, like Sotfix on 6.5 grand. Baz is nearly at 6 grand himself. Like, there's money starting to pour in for this T side already.
They're doing it so solidified. Not losing a lot of players that are on the rifles. Now again, looks like they're just going to sneak into B. No utility at all. And Falcons, oh, they've got the wrong end of the stick big time here. Team Spirit, how have they done it again? Just crawling through, and they're going to get a bomb plant. Falcons, they're finally going to be aware, but Team Spirit, what a read.
Yeah, really nicely done. I think as soon as they heard that Falcons weren't throwing much utility, and, you know, when you had the B control, well, a little bit of it, right, the bottom stairs area, you kind of do just commit as a squad, right? Because you know, even if you're going to go in as 5, there's going to be trades, and if you're allowed that stairs control, you know, so freely, you kind of do think, well, actually, maybe there's no one here, and they are stacking the other side of the map. So, yeah, really nicely done. Good calling there for Team Spirit Academy to earn themselves the lead. Kenny's going to get away with his rifle. There's 3 USPs around him. All 3 of them going to be kept as well, just to try and stop the T side making any more money. That will be that. Team Spirit Academy up by 1. It's 3-2.
And finally, the big green should come out for Kenny S. It will be uncontested as well. Team Spirit, they've got nothing thus far. And this could be that turnaround round for Team Falcons again. They're feeling comfortable, and they're able to go towards every single side, because thus far the majority of the rounds the Falcons lost was just Team Spirit walking into the side, grabbing up a free frag, and winning out the round. After that, it's 1-6. That Nate lands behind. He's heavily looking toward Masuta's way. Python, he's trying to be slithery, camping it out on the stairs. Python, oh, this could be a worthwhile venture, because this was just checked by Kenny S. Well, Sotfik unlocked with the orb. The rest is halted because of it.
That is a pretty bad start. Walking into the AWP, Kenny S going to find Sotfik. Python has actually got a pretty deep read towards B as well. This is such an off angle. I mean, look, you can flash it all you want. Baz can check all the angles all he wants, but he's never expected Python to be here. But actually, Zontic swings from the left, and that's enough to catch him off guard completely. The B acceleration is in. 50 seconds left. Donk has actually messed up his movement, so the bomb lags behind the rest of the squad. Smoke going to be dropped in counter. Body tries to get behind it, but not going to be the case. Look at the AK go. Masuta's on a hat trick. Could be looking for more as well. Yes, the shooter. Nearly all of them. And now it's just down to MBK. A bomb plant is necessary. Donk taps it. MBK, good timing. But Donk hits the shot anyway. Such a sick flick. And Team Spirit Academy 4-2.
Donk is just too insane with it, man. What an instant flick right on the gob. And Team Falcons, they lose out the round, but I don't really think it was an off angle for Python, but to take such a massive risk in order to stand out into the open instead of just playing a more suppressive approach, because you're already up a man. You don't necessarily need to have that off angle, because even if somebody goes around the corner, right, and you're able to get that frag, 90% of the time you're going to be traded out and not have a chance at the second, because you're that exposed. You've got nowhere that you can wiggle to. You're just putting your body out there, and a risk not necessarily needed. But Team Falcons, they feel the wrath of that as well, and need a bit of a tactical in order to get their economy on the same line. Suits and Kenny as the front runners of that. Probably pistols coming out. Can't imagine a whole lot more.
Yeah, exactly that, right? I think Kenny wants to keep his money for the AWP. Falcons probably want to keep their money just for rifles in general. And it's a pretty poor round for Falcons to be losing. It was man advantage. It was Kenny that finds the opener with the AWP. Yeah, Python with such a sick read on towards B as well. And it all just comes crashing and burning down. They are now feeling the issue of losing the last round, feeling the problems. Teething issue certainly starting to show up as Body finds an AWP shot to the chest up. Frost opens things up. Again, it's just pistols here for this CT side. You're not expecting much out of them, and Body's early exit certainly does attest to that. Now, it's just going to be dead silent. I mean, there's no chance here that Falcons are going to find a third. Just about damage, trying to do what they can to Team Spirit Academy, because they know that they are building an absolute monster with this economy.
Python, good fun frag. And trying to tap away with that 5-7. He's at least able to go back, and Masusa's also found one, and then another. Zontix, however, returns the frag, but Masusa kept on going. Oh, what a shot by Kenny, yes. The round that you don't expect Falcons to do anything, and they spread their wings.
That's unreal that Masusa's just found 3. I said they didn't have a chance, and I stand by it. Masusa should never have been allowed to find 3 with the Deagle. I mean, nice shot from Kenny, but the man of the hour delivers, and he gets an AK as a reward. Falcons up to a 3rd. Man, what's happened? I'm cursed. I'm actually cursed. I've said that this is a formality, that Team Spirit Academy should just be finding a 5th, and all of a sudden, Falcons rock the boat, and they get back in business. It's 4-3. Still a lot to be done on this CT side, but that's a good way to start things back off.
What a game, huh? Everything is possible. MBK. So ambitious, but he spots the AWP. Does get stuck on the pole, but Buddy trades him out. So I'd say a worthy sacrifice for Donk. And Team Spirit, just 2 left alive. And they're going to try and slither through mid again. Well, I guess who's waiting on the opposite end? It's a big scope and a big weapon behind it. And Zontix will feel that Lapua Magnum in his chest. Very much the same with Baz.
Very nicely done by Kenny as well, just isolating those fights, but you've got to give it to MBK, right? The pressure that he's under towards top ramp, the fact that he finds a double, this is massive now for Falcons, because they're starting to take steps towards winning a CT side, and Team Spirit Academy, a couple of losses in a row, means that they have to declare for bankruptcy. It's an eco surrounding a couple of these AKs. Other than that, though, this really isn't a buy that Falcons need to be threatened by. They're going to be in a really good position heading into the last part of this first half.
It looks like rainbows and sunshine on the side of Team Spirit, but that's what losing a silly round does to you. It puts yourself back into the corner, of course, but also mentally you need to fight out of it. Falcons, they're doing a great job at keeping Team Spirit in that little box. Confined spaces, but Python might be confined in between a lot of T's very soon, and then an A4 to try and battle it out with. Baz first round, and that's the end of Python. The rest is going to collapse immediately yet again. Barely any util, but Kenny, yes, he found the trade, making it a 3-on-3, and considering there's still a Glock on the side of Team Spirit, this is looking decent for Falcons as Kenny, yes, finds another. He's just having the tiniest gap in order to try and get some information, get some positioning, but now Orfro's peeking out, and that's Falcons dealing with the round.
Take the lead again. Since the pistol, they were behind, but earned themselves a place back in the server. And obviously for Team Spirit Academy, a nice attempt, considering it was just a couple of AKs and a save call overall. Team Spirit Academy doing a fine job in getting these rifles out, including the AWP on Art Frost. But again, just one of those where you've got to nail it now, because otherwise Falcons are going to start doing the exact same thing you did to them, building up the money, stopping yourself from finding momentum. And it does get difficult. That's a good start for Art Frost. AWP is going to find Kenny. Python switches it out, wants to take the fight on his own, and ultimately doesn't find much. See the smokes here. I think Art Frost understanding that maybe there's a player up close. Oh my word. No scope. Was not too far off the mark to hit MBK.
Every single nade that lands in his vicinity is going to feel that. No armor. But they've already found the top fragger. Team Spirit looking to make their way through ramp. Even though they've barely gone there. They haven't gone there at all, actually. Every single time they have, they've been repelled, so they've not really been able to make it up. Entropiq won't be able to make it up either. Don't go over Clover's MBK in the dome. Don't go. That was a decent fight for Buddy. It was looking like he was winning it, but then he backed down, got scared. Masuta. Front gate's almost overstepping. He's still going to step right out into the open, and Donk again. Now Python with the orb. Can't even make it out alive, and Donk somehow managed to find 4 in that round.
It's just Donk things, man. He's looking unreal, and as you said, as soon as you cut Kenny out of the round, that's the main threat of Falcons eliminated. Really nice stuff, and now ultimately, you can see Donk, the MVP of the latest round, 4 kills, 325 damage. It was a really, really sick round from him, and ultimately now for Falcons, they're in a position where they have to eat into their own wealth. They have to take out some of the liquid cash they have in their pockets. to put back into these rifles to try and stop Team Spirit Academy from taking the lead once again. A very up and down game of CS from both parties, but one that's led to a very enjoyable end result. It's 5-all heading into round 11.
Team Spirit, they've been slow every single round, so that's going to reoccur in this particular one as well. Trying to find those tiny little openers. Never a quick push with all 5 of them. Typical CS style, just to wait, try to see whether your opponent get antsy, and then punish them for it, which it takes a lot of experience, but Baz, he did get a bit impatient. Manages to trade himself out and get some information on the back of it, but Buddy, he's going to reaggress, find Sortfic in the very same instance. Now he's going to back down. He's accepted whatever he's gotten is more than enough, and he'll defend site.
Alrighty then. 4v3. Yeah, sure, it's a man advantage here for Falcons. I was going to say it could just be taken right back from them. Molly goes behind Python. His smoke puts it out. And this is ingenious from Python, because now he allows Kenny to take the first contact. The M4 still sitting behind the smoke, still ready in case Kenny calls for it. But for now, Team Spirit Academy forced completely off of the B site push. 20 seconds left. They have no time to go back towards A. It's going to be a done round. MBK's looking for exits. Wouldn't particularly agree with this one, just because, again, you know that these Ts are going to be waiting for it, if anything. And there you have it. MBK taught the hard way as to why not to go for those exits. But that's Falcons that take the lead once again. It's 6-5.
That smoke was beautiful, because it allowed Python to hide in it. And meanwhile, Kenny S had safe coverage. And if they've, exactly like it happened, flashed Kenny S, he'll just go back into the smoke. And if they start spraying him, that's where Python can come on out. That's the idea of that smoke, while at the same time repelling any Molotov that gets thrown that way. So a multifunctional smoke there by Team Falcons. And they're starting to play like a team here. Team Spirit, however, they are on a bit of a rough one. At least they were able to save out that orb with that an AK, so they're still going to have a decent chance in this round. But Donkey can't overextend here at all. Okay, he doesn't. Body and MBK are found by 2 different members.
Kenny starting to move in towards ramp, realizing 2 men down. You've got to go for something, tag for tag. Both players left low. The property of an AWP is that you can just hold an angle and you don't have to take fights, which means the HP issue, not a massive one. 1:10 on the clock for Falcons. They need to start recognizing Team Spirit Academy's moves. There's still a Deagle and a Galil in the mix. There should be no way that they're winning rounds. Oh, Python. The first kill served on a silver platter, and he just cannot connect on anything. Kenny now, he does stand his ground for the first, trying to find a second, going for all sorts of flicks. Masuta's arrived as well, but now it's him against 3, and he has to try and isolate fight. I think he did spot up for us on the cross. Got to be careful, because a couple of players sitting in towards white spotted out the first, and Zontix will swing off the back of it. The ramp noise was enough for Masuta to change his position, and that gives Team Spirit Academy number 6.
Topsy-turvy results in these rounds, and Team Falcons, they might have to be staring down a 7th, because they can't buy up here at all. Team Falcons, currently what they're doing is standing out in the open a lot, and with that trying to catch Team Spirit off guard. But it's already been abundantly clear that Team Spirit are not to be caught off guard by any weird positioning, because they'll just yank their mouse across the pad and put it right on your head. That's how quickly they can adapt. So it would also bring a whole lot to just play a bit more safe positions. Of course, in that 1v3, there's not a whole lot that you can do. But I'm talking about Python, for example, who extended, and there's no way back. There's no way out, and you have to stand your ground. And he's currently not really shown up to the degree that he has to in the positions that he's chosen.
Certainly the case. I think for Falcons, of course, they're still not going to be too eager on obviously backing down from these fights, because for the most part it has been working. They've been going aggressive and it has been working out. MBK trying to do the same here with Donk. This is probably the only player you don't want to be pushing into here, guys. Still jiggling. Donk still eager to take the fight.
Ooh.
MBK just does one better. Head straight off his shoulders, Donk. Your VIP down. Artfrost now on the angle with the AWP. He does connect to a first. What do you expect? A second. It's a collateral. Artfrost has done so much damage to body. Molotov should be enough. Another scope from Artfrost to collect another. And it's looking so damn good for Artfrost. He just doesn't miss. The AWP against pistol. Sure, again, it's an eco. But he makes it look so damn easy to hit all those. And that is a walking highlight reel moment. Artfrost, you legend.
Well, if you ever think that the stereotype of Russians being tough is wrong, well, look at Artfrost here. The survivability on this man to get away and get the kill body there. And the guts to step out into the open again with 9 HP. No matter what gun it is on the opposite end, you have to be a bit of a lunatic. But that's exactly what works out. And Donk, yet again, is full gas, no brakes, trying to crack this open. But Falcons, again, they don't have enough money to actually buy up here. They're just on the deagles again.
Kenny. Eager towards middle. Baz. Missed movement. Costs him his life. Kenny drops down. Picks up the gun. Moves the other way. MBK on the deagle. Finding good damage. Artfrost got to be careful because he's walked into the guillotine as well. Fortunate to walk away with his life at least. Sotfik's looking for a way in. MBK overstepping massively. He'll get punished. Crosshair of Sotfik just sitting above Body's head. Does spot him out eventually and will take him down. Really nicely done. And now a 3 versus 3. Now very, very cautious. Oh, I like this. I didn't know that that angle exists. I didn't know that there's a pixel there that you can stand on. But there you go. He's looking for a frag. Majority of Falcons, though, it's a very passive approach because they understand Team Spirit Academy. They've still got numbers here in this 3v3.
Falcons did give up the numbers advantage. They had 5. But they're just waiting with that molly until they'll hear the bomb down. Retroactively, they'll throw it so it won't do too much damage. And Kenny S has also been found. Python, however, with an eagle will make the body shiver of Artfrost. He needs to stand tough again. First flick whiffs. Flash goes over as he tries to repeat when he's right out into the open. Finds Masuda. Python, where are you to try and back this one up? Now you give Artfrost all the rain in the world, and Artfrost, he's playing this smart. He knows that you probably don't have a kit in this round. He'll tap it, and Artfrost will win another round. How does he keep on doing it, man?
What a sick shot out of Artfrost. I hope you get to watch that one back because it was an absurd flick onto that player. I don't even think it was Python's fault that Masuda went aggressive. It just clearly wasn't communicated that Masuda was going for the frag and not for the defuse. And they split up so much, as you say, that it kind of looks like Python's fault, right? Like, he's the man on site. Why aren't you helping your teammate? Probably a massive miscommunication. Python just wanted to tap it and wait for a swing. Masuda wanted to act a little more aggressively in finding this player. And they ultimately lose out. 8-6, Team Spirit Academy up by 2. It could be made a third here in the last of the half. There is a tech pause. One of our Team Spirit Academy players not in the server as of right now.
And it's rough because Team Falcons, at the very start of it, they shouldn't have been that close anyway, probably, because they only had deagles and a few pistols around it. But getting that far and finding 2 openers and then stepping out into the open, you're looking for too much there. You should take what you've already gotten and roll with the punches there. And right now, they don't have a whole lot of money in body, at least. But they've got enough to get them a decent util belt. It's a tough economy for Team Falcons, but the tech pause is lifted, and that means we can get those engines rearing again. The economy doesn't matter at all anymore because we are at the final round of the half.
Yeah, this is it. Kill or be killed, effectively. The ultimate decision you have to make now is for Team Spirit Academy. Where do you go for the last time? Zontic's not checked.
Oh.
Not checked at all. Masuda's flash blinding his teammates. And that's going to hurt doubly so. Falcons down to 2 because body's been dropped as well. Donk's done brilliantly. 2 versus 5. And Team Spirit Academy surely walking away with the 9th. Falcons, pretty disappointing start to their CT side. Could not rack up many rounds, and when they were given the chance to have some momentum, they just couldn't pick up with it. And now it's a Kenny 1v4. And listen, this would be an immaculate clutch. This would be a nice highlight reel moment for Kenny, but I just don't see it happening. Walking into the jaws of Zontix, the flank makes it a third. 9-6, Falcons, a massive half required. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half is a real harsh reality. It's, of course, Team Spirit Academy up by 3. Falcons now on the T side as well. And before the half starts, it's a tactical pause. I don't think I could tell you the last time I've seen a team call for a tactical pause before a half starts.
I don't think I've ever seen this. It is curious timing for tactical pauses right after halftime. I guess they needed a little bit more of a break. Sure. Whatever is going on, Team Spirit Academy, things have been working out for them, so that it kind of feels like they can do whatever they want. Odds starting to shift more in their favor. But still, Team Falcons, very decent odds, considering that they're currently losing and they're also on the T side of Vertigo. Now, Team Spirit are a little bit weaker on their CT side of Vertigo, but we're going to have to see whether that actually pertains as MBK decapitates Don Curley. Doors, but Art Frost is going to return the favor.
Really nicely done. To say this round ending in a stalemate after the first set of engagements. Body, I mean, plenty of chances to hit the head here of a few of these Team Spirit Academy players. Both Sotfik and Zontix fortunate to be walking, and Body might just get punished. He's down to 2 points of health. Python also wanting to take a bit of contact. Body's just head glitching, trying to spot out, trying to find the frag. Zontix does eventually find it. And now it's just Team Spirit Academy there to pick them apart. Just Kenny left, 1 versus 4. And a very negative start here for Falcons. Just could not piece together a thing. And he has let Baz run by. Does walk back, and so the Glock will be compromised, but he's still got a bomb to pick up, and unfortunately, there's plenty of players in his way. Team Spirit Academy double digits.
For Zontix to stand out into the open there and have Body challenge him, while Body is on 2 HP, that should be in Body's favor. In terms of, he's playing headshot angle anyway, right? So if you're going to hit him, he's dead 100% of the time. And Zontix, he still took a risk by standing out into the open. That's how confident Team Spirit Academy are right now. They're just standing out into the open and banking on their aim being good enough. But Falcons, they're just going to go for a quick approach down mid, it seems like. It's all Glock, so there shouldn't really be any throughs in this particular round. They can't even overwhelm. They're backed into a corner, and they lobbed in to wreak more havoc. And that's exactly what happens. MBK managed to get onto the site, but without a bomb, there's no makeshift one that you can try and get together as well. It's just going to be run down City. Maz does struggle with it a little bit, and start for us to clean it up.
Fair play. Easily done. It was expected that Team Spirit Academy make it an 11th. This is their map pick at the end of the day. You are kind of expecting a natural BO3 for them to win it out, but at the same time, you expect Falcons to be losing in a position like this? Probably not. So, yeah, it's gonna be a difficult one to watch nonetheless. But here we are. They need this round, Falcons. They need it badly, and this is probably their only chance they're gonna get before it gets a bit too late. Because it's 6-11. Lose this one, probably gonna be 6-13 before you get back into it.
On the line here for Falcons. Team Spirit, there's not the strongest buy. just a bonus round for them. So if there's any moment, this is exactly it. Buddy also finding Art Frost is going to ease things up. Falcons still need the execute. That's been the most problematic part, is converting those advantageous positions, but they might make it even better.
Oh,
no, Python loses the duel by Baz just crawling through, and the MP9 will get traded out for an AK.
Looking good now, isn't it? CT side down to 4. Falcons definitely do have a job to be done still, but it's one that's made a little easier by these opening engagements. Seconds, and yet again Falcons pump the brakes a little bit. It's a slower tone towards A, but it's Body that overcommits. Sotvik's able to take him down.
The timing. Yep, MBK struggles with it. Masuta, now that he's aware of Zontic's position, will be able to crunch down, but Kenny S also going down. That means that Masuta's just dead lost out in the middle of the ocean, and Baz is going to knock away his life raft, and Falcons a whole lot of individual challenges when they're exposing themselves to a plethora of angles. And Team Spirit, they've always got the correct one. They're always sitting in a spot that Team Falcons don't expect it in. And there's no refragging potential either. So Team Falcons, you're going to have to start taking Team Spirit down as a team instead of trying to match them aim for aim.
Yeah, absolutely. 12-6. Did say that if Falcons lost this round, it was going to be very difficult, and they're going to be bleeding a lot financially. Excuse me. Now it's still forced down to these pistols again. Good start from Zontix. Does actually get tagged up, and Masuta finding Sotfik. It's a worrying start here for Team Spirit Academy, but Donk's able to dismiss a couple, and all of a sudden it looks very easy for them to pick up. Nice shot from Art Foster as well. Donk might walk into the deagle. He does, but he still wins it out. Body gone. 13-6.
This Donk dude, he's 16 and he's this insane already. Can't wait what the future holds for him. Like, I feel like there's so many prospects on his path, and right now for Team Spirit, or for Team Falcons rather, it's unfortunate to be up against them right now, but you can still make it back. It's not necessarily the start of the round that goes against you, sure, sometimes, but that's expected. But the continuation after finding an advantageous situation seems to be a strugglesome part for Falcons, as they're, again, very spread out over the map, trying to find an opening. But Buddy is even going to press further around Kenny S's feet, where it's spotted Buddy, and Kenny will return fire and knock him down lower than he did him. But, and the nade is going to do enough if Sontex didn't do that before the explosion.
Start from Donk as well, finding another. Falcons. This was their rebuy. This was their last stab at it on Vertigo. Unfortunately for them, it's gone as south as it could have. Start of this round ending in a 2-round deficit. Spontics, unfortunate timing on the jiggles. Sotfik head not spotted by Kenny. And the sandbags are good timing. Molly goes in now as well. And now Sotfik, you've just got to play for time. And it's MPK that gets shot first. A second shot from Sotfik. Just Kenny left. And all 3 players made redundant. 14-6. Closing in on a map 1 hit win here. Team Spirit Academy doing very well.
It's like they're playing with an arm behind their back. That's how easily they're cruising through right now. There's no struggle at all for the side of Team Spirit Academy. They're just tearing apart this Team Falcons roster bit by bit. And you might as well use that tactical pause, because very soon you're going to run out of the ability to actually even use it. And I can't really see a buy here. I can, but at the same time, that would also mean you're putting a whole lot up in order to actually win this round. Otherwise, this entire map is just dead lost. And probably, again, buy up to around 2k so you can fully go at it. And those Eagles have been working out for Team Falcons, so perhaps it's a way back in. But right now, Team Spirit Academy have got it plugged up so well.
Here we go, 14-6. Falcons yet again understanding, well, We haven't got money to fall by, but we're kind of made to eco where this smoke actually lands. Is this some sort of one-way or something? I don't know. It denies gap presence at least, so it's a pretty cool one to learn. I hope Sophic going to find the opening frag. In fact, Zontix does. It's Sophic that finds a second. Well-placed HE doing an abundance of damage to a couple of these deagles, and now he's just looking for blood as well. Overextends a little bit. Donk's able to help out though. Kenny's the last man left. One versus choice, has picked up an M4, but removed for the trouble he's caused. 15-6, map point here to Team Spirit Academy.
Another rough round for Team Falcons, where they don't even manage to get onto site every single time the Team Falcons have tried anything. They've been knocked back before they even get close. They have to get body activated if they want any chance in this. He's been a massive outperformer on the side of Team Falcons. Currently, he's sitting at near the bottom. And Team Spirit will very much take that, just cruising through. Can he open things up with the orb and find some reprieve for Falcons? Something to make work in this round. Zontix blindly spraying Masuta, seems intent on clearing out the top angle, but it's Baz from down below who'll knock him down. Masuta even started looking up, even though there was nobody home. Baz got close.
Nicely done by MBK, but again, it's a 4v4. Again, not looking great. PT side has just looked very on cue for Team Spirit Academy. Even then, the T side looked pretty on cue. They start to deliver in all remarks of Vertigo. We knew that this was going to be a strong pick for them. And now, ultimately, they're a few kills away from winning this map. Not that it matters here, because machine advantage, very short-lived. Really nicely done, picking up some frags. Sophic makes it now down to a 3 versus 3. A lot more bite size for the CT side. They are just a couple of kills away, as I said, from turning this map into theirs and putting Python against the wall and really making them work from the map deficit.
At least it's Team Spirit's pick, but this is a peppering right now. And Falcons, they are relatively proficient, not MBK anymore as Zontix clears them out. And Body try and get up close and not come back before they can even really start something. But Body's actually got the bomb, so they're going to need to get that back onto the site. Body will find a frag and then start skirting back. But there's still an AWP on the lookout. You need to be careful. The AWP whiffed it short. It's a 2-on-2 retake. Must hold for Falcons. That's a great start for Body, but ArtFrost will shut it down. Python, the lowest fragging up against the highest fragger on the opposing end. It is combined with 2 others, but ArtFrost, such a menace. The player to watch, and Python, he could take the spotlight here. ArtFrost peeks out. Python will get the aim just in time.
Mate, how close was he, though? Python picks up the AWP. Sure, it's a save round. It's a saving grace. But it's 15-7, and money is in the 5-digit range for Spirit Academy. They're in such a position. No need to panic. And ultimately now in no position to stop. Falcons need 8 more consecutive rounds if they want to find themselves to OT. That's a lot to ask, and I don't think they quite have it in them to win it out. Especially after the CT side we've seen from Team Spirit Academy. Baz going aggressive. It's Donk that goes for a bit of spam, and well-placed nade to try and do the damage, but Baz can't find anything. And Donk's only good for 2 for 1 towards the B side. ArtFrost now ready on the AWP. Could be there to find some frags, but instead gets tagged up, walks into the wall. Nearly loses his life because of it, but he's fortunate to get away.
The change route for Falcons to start going into every single duel with at least 2. ArtFrost does manage to get Kenny S. Does that get them excited for the retake?
I'll have a look.
Yeah. Trying to see whether they can find another opener, but it seems like they'll sit around the edges, preserve their full belts of utility, and just do economic damage because they know that they've got so long to play with. And that's another thing that I love about Team Spirit, is that they have got the experience and they're playing like a fully fleshed out roster. Perhaps not that exactly, but they're actually going for this hold up. Sophic, he's not even skirting around the edges. He is in the site. Oh no, there's no way right now. He doesn't have time, but he's just going to not die actually in that spot. Nicely.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought he was dead for sure.
Yeah, that maybe we need to look into that a little bit more, because if that's Inferno, you lose your life like 100 times over.
Yeah.
And he
Your
just lives
grandfather's
there.
always dying.
Bro, I have no clue how he survived that. Actually, fair play, because that means he's played enough Vertigo to know that you survived there. But I'm clueless as to how, like, logistically speaking, you're millimeters away from the bomb, and he lives there. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I actually have no clue as to how he's just done that. But fair enough. Saved AWP, and now go into the next. Go for it again. Another full buy for Team Spirit Academy.
Body. Get Suntex down, though. And MBK, he's in an annoying spot. One that you could easily forget. And even if you're peeking into it, you're not going to be peeking that angle. Entropiq caught off guard by Body peeking through. And Falcons, they're doing the exact same as Team Spirit. And that's just peeking out right into the open. MBK finds the opener. It was a heavy battle. Kenny S will also find Dunk. And that's going to be the end of the round. Nothing that FORZE can or should be able to do about it. There would have been an opener had he found MBK. But instead, MBK closed out the round, and Falcons, the economy on Team Spirit is now whittled down.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take one eco, but loss bonus looking good to the point where the single eco is actually going to be okay, and you're probably going to be able to bring out a lot of weapons and do a lot of damage. We'll have to wait and see, because, of course, it's now 15-9. Still need 6 rounds in a row here. Let's not get excited, even if you are a Falcons fan. I don't particularly believe. But, you know, whatever. We'll see. Maybe they do make it look a little more manageable. But for now, I'm a firm believer that Team Spirit Academy still have map 1.
Not a whole lot of reasoning why that would all of a sudden change. Perhaps they even win it out here, trying to overwhelm a Python. Okay, only just gets the 1. The AK giving up. There's Kenny S trying to disallow Team Spirit to go through further. Whiffs the shot, and now he's actually in trouble. They're going to try and run him down, but there's actually so many T's still sitting around this vicinity, but they're all taking their legs and moving it over towards A because they know they've just got a free sight. Still a decent one for Baz if he can hold on to that AK. But for Team Spirit, they're starting to be tested more and more now due to Falcons actually peeking with 2 into the angle, so they have always got that trade out opportunity.
There we go. Heads on the board for Falcons. That one expected a little more than ever. Oh, great shot from Baz. That's a second gun now. Picked up CT side, starting to earn a bit of cash. Double digits, though, for that T side. Falcons doing well. But unfortunately, it's a little too late, it feels like, here in map 1. 3 players survive. AWP, AK, M4. Team Spirit Academy, they get away with double deagle or double AK and then 1 deagle 157. And now they're just going to buy around it. Frost, do you have enough money for an AWP? He does. And they elect to use it. 15-10. It might just be the last here. Team Spirit Academy have got another buy.
One last hurrah, perhaps. But Team Falcons, they managed to get this all of a sudden. They're right on the heels. Still very much the same scenario of Team Spirit. Just need to get the 1. Frost aggressive, but out into the open, and flash for NBK is going to be good enough. But Baz has found the refrag, and that's still going to be an advantageous spot for Team Spirit. Sitting 1 man up, but Suntex, he's not for this world anymore. And he'll join his bloodline in the afterlife. Falcons still relatively low, but Entropiq can play around with the smoke and return back to site. Kenny S finds Dong. Entropiq, oh, that was so close. Kenny S trying to spray with the AWP. Every single thing comes up empty as expected. Python gets dropped. That's the bomb out into the open, and it could just end right here, right now. Kenny S is going to have a decent peek, and that's a nice frag. Needs another, though. It's Baz to close it out, 16-10.
Very nicely done, Team Spirit Academy. Listen, they make it hard for themselves at the end of the game, but they do indeed deliver. And there you go, right? Map 1's in the bag. They get it done. They get their selection under their belt, and now it's Falcons up to them with a response on their pick, Hypheria. And of course, that'll be happening after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Overpass in just a few moments. It's the Falcons pick. They need to win this one to stay in the contest. Otherwise, Team Spirit Academy will send them packing. We'll find out if they can do so after this.
love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look it up. Don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look it up. Don't be scared. I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look it up. Don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared. Just give me the don't be scared. I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me the don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me the don't be scared.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. A pretty wacky first game there, High Inferior. It's Team Spirit Academy that take it over Falcons. Kenny S had a pretty good start to the map, but it was Donk that looked unstoppable. And ultimately, that led to the Falcons' demise, meaning they've got to run it back on their map pick of Overpass to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It looked like a very decent start for Falcons, but they just couldn't really keep that going. And at some point, the individual talent on the side of Team Spirit just got too much, and they were individually challenging them. It seemed like at the end of the map, that's where they were able to clear up that issue and really start pushing together as a team, and with that, take them down. But at that point, it was already too late, and they needed one decent play on the side of Team Spirit in order to close out, and that's exactly what happened. But now it's Overpass, and that does become a different story for Team Spirit, because they're certainly not as proficient on that one.
Yes, absolutely. I think there's still a hell of a way to go for this Falcon side. Ultimately, they've now got to be looking at a very strong start to this map. Team Spirit Academy look very comfy, you know, in that first map. As soon as they got the ball rolling, they look to be a pretty decent side. Looking at their history on Overpass as well. Listen, they played it 6 times and only won 2. The times that they've lost at Eternal Fire Academy, which is a pretty bad beat, but that's the old Team Spirit Academy side. They lost to 500, to EYEBALLERS, and to HAVU, who are players in SCL that I'm not too sure how legitimate that win is. I'll leave it at that. I was watching the game. But ultimately, right, EYEBALLERS and 500, 2 teams that you should be losing to, and the teams that you've beaten on this map are Tricked and Big. So what does that tell you? Well, where it's been looking good for Team Spirit Academy, it's been looking great.
Yeah, and Tricked are especially good on this map, but I do have my question marks with Tricked's overall ability currently, because it seems way too much like it's in a pendulum, right? It just goes back and forth, and one day they have an amazing performance, and the other day they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. But we're not here to talk about a team that's not in the playoffs anymore, so Big is certainly a strong contender, but Team Spirit already managed to take him down. I think that for Falcons, they're going to have to get out of that mental rut. It's always tough when you lose a matchup that decisively, even though it didn't really look like it and there was a bit of a comeback. But until Team Spirit got on 15, there wasn't any T round 1 out of the Falcons. And now they're going to have to start on that T side and try and prove themselves that they can actually play. It is their own map pick. So I do still see a third map now.
I think it's certainly on the cards, or at least it should be, right? I think that's going to be fun to have a look at, right? How well do they do on this map? Falcons desperately need a win here, obviously, to stay alive in this tournament. If they don't, to go out in the quarterfinals would be pretty bad. And they play, obviously, the winner of iNation versus FORZE, which is our last game of today. So, yeah, it's going to be a funky one. It should be a good watch. Ultimately, though, the pressure's certainly going to be there for Falcons. You know, it doesn't matter how much experience you have. If you want to stay in this tournament, if you want to start earning CCT points for West Europe, you've got to be having high placements. And going out to Spirit Academy, certainly not the way you want to be addressing it. But anyway, ladies and gents, enough of us blabbling on. Let's talk about Counter-Strike. Let's head into Overpass. Welcome, ladies and gents, to Overpass, our second map of the 3. Falcons on the T side. It's their pick, so Team Spirit Academy want the CT side beginning, and that's exactly what they ought to do. Kit double flash on Sophic. Other than that, it's 4 lots of Kevlar. And
Team Spirit going for the connector play. Just having everybody around there so you can go for a rotation. Actually, that's not connector at all. They were just sitting over at B. Look how quickly they're all of them rotating back, just off of the back of a little bit of contact. Very early doors, and Falcons, they haven't even made up their mind just yet. But if they do go B, they're going to find a free site. There's a bit of a Zontix that's trying to hold down this site, but there's no way he's going to manage from that angle. He does find a frag, but now Kenny is peeking out into the open. Tries to fight, but Falcons, they also still need to get that bomb down. And look at Team Spirit, all of them already collapsing right around the corner. And yes, he's got a decent position. Can't give this up because he's just such a nuisance to try and deal with if Team Spirit advance. But he's really eagerly looking for those kills. But this is exactly why he's a nuisance. They have to step out into the open, but they're all falling by the wayside. There's a lot of damage done. Zontix on 1 HP, Artful's on 58, but they don't manage to get any MBK finds Zontix. That's just the 1 HP, and Team Spirit, they retake.
Yeah, good start to their stint on the CT side. Of course, a bomb plant helps Falcons' economy. They are going to go for a reinvestment. No questions asked about that one. But it is Team Spirit Academy that walk away with the pistol. And ultimately now for Falcons, it's going to be tricky because you make the investment here. If you lose it, Team Spirit Academy are going to have a greater lead. And so for Falcons, now it's difficult times and no immediate investment. Wait, hold on. Okay, I was going to say, there's no way they take an eco here. But yeah, they are just going to go for the buy now, getting ready to send it in.
Sometimes they really leave it up to that final possible moment. I guess you should take all the time that's allotted to you. Seems like we're going to have a battle at the very start with Artful's peeking over, and that is KDS losing out in the duel. Of course, they're alive due to a scout. Body trying to fight it out here. A Donk. He's such a lethal force already, and him sitting in connector with an A1S could just spell the end of the round. But he backs down, and there's nothing that's going to be getting him out of that spot anymore, as he's just safely into the cover of teammates.
Indeed. Got to be careful here. Scout still firing off. Sophic playing a little more passive. Understanding that maybe he doesn't want to walk into the guillotine of Kenny S, but the more he steps forward, the more worried you're going to get. Kenny jiggling the angle. Oh, the timing is unreal. Donk tagged up. He's going to see blood on the wall, but he's only hitting for, what, 30-odd damage. It's 28. Not the ideal amount Kenny wanted to be dealing out. New mag goes in the gun. Waiting just basically to try and spam off. 40 seconds left. Still, Falcons yet to make a move towards the site.
They've only got one smoke to try and get onto a site as well, and a flash. That's it, because they've invested heavily into the Galils. Looks like they're going to go over towards B, but this seems like a very bad end for Masuta, and the bomb is dropped in the middle of nowhere. This entire plan that Falcons had already into the water before it could even really start. MBK amends it a little bit, but Sopfic's position is just perfect. If he even comes to play, that is. I mean, he's going to get Python here. That's a freebie, but this round was already won as Artfrost deals with body, and Falcons' idea dead in the water.
Really well done. Team Spirit Academy take 2 consecutive rounds now. Falcons back to the pistols, back to an eco, back to square one. Well, Team Spirit Academy can look to build their empire. They, of course, have a few of these saved guns. SMG getting dropped across to Artfrost, M4 on Sopfic. Should just be an easy follow-up here. Let's see what Falcons opt to do with these pistols. Is it going to be a faster play to try and change the tune of a very monotonous default from Falcons by the most part? By the looks of things, they do want to head out towards middle, but not risking it through the molly. One brave man does. That's body that sends it through.
Team Spirit, again with a strong start. Just getting picked apart in the strategy department. And on top of that, the aim, as Artfrost tries to do exactly that. Python will shut him down, but that's only after Artfrost got another kill. That just gives up the MP9. Body gets eager for it, and Donk is there to punish. And another one for him. He's just racking them all up. MBK, your duty is to do damage in this instance, lad. But it seems like all the entities that you can do damage on is evacuated from the site. You're going to have a free one, but no bomb.
Yeah, it would have been nice if you had the C4. Then again, I don't think you'd see Team Spirit Academy with all 4 players up towards A.
Yeah.
All right, MBK has got a lot on his plate in this round. 1 extra deagle shot, tens, or well, I shouldn't say tens of thousands. It's just thousands of dollars worth of damages. That's ultimately what he's looking for here. 30 seconds now left on the clock. No chance at a round win here. Any damage is good damage. Try and slip up towards the bank area, spotted by Baz. Now all of his teammates know. Jumps on it before a teammate pinches his success, and it is going to be a third on the board for Team Spirit Academy. 1 casualty. Artfrost dropped. I do believe that was an MP9, so really it's the best situation.
Hey, you've gotten the money due to it. Artfrost buys up that orb. There's really nothing that is hampering Team Spirit right now. Team Falcons, they're going to have to poke and prod more. They've got an orb of themselves. Kenny S has to wield it without any armor to back it up with. That's going to be a tough one. All those weapons spraying away at you. You taking damage, but Falcons Like they're going to face some early pressure by Dunk. And also on long. Look how aggressive Team Spirit are playing this. So far pushed up at every single entrance point that Falcons have. Now they still need to win those duels, but the idea is certainly there.
Donk forced away by a Molotov in connector. Python's trying his best to flood them out and force them back. He does a pretty successful job. Artfrost through the wall has just found bodies. So already taking these subtractions to the fall by Falcons down to 4. Not the greatest of beginnings, and ultimately now we've got to do it on the back foot. Team Spirit Academy, a minute to play with, but a man advantage and plenty of information.
And yes, just hoping for an entry, but on the side of Team Spirit, they're maneuvering so well, not overstepping, not right into the vision of Falcons. They've got a great read on this. FORZE spotted MBK, and Python won't be long for this world anymore either, as Dunk will ice him out. And Team Spirit, it looks like another one round. Kenny, yes, he's aware of Zontic's peaks. This could be a great position out of Baz, especially with the distraction coming through from Sotfik. Sotfik is trying to draw the attention even more so. But then you've got Don coming in from behind, perfectly boxing in Falcons and serving them up on a silver platter.
And there you have it. 4-0. Spirit Academy starting to really fire away at all cylinders. Falcons haven't really mustered up a response. It's 5 Glocks still in the hands of the Falcons side in this round. And there will be a technical pause before we head into round 5. Very, very humbling to see how well Team Spirit Academy are doing here. Falcons, I think, realizing maybe, just maybe, we need to change our tune. And although this isn't a tactical pause, they're going to be using every second of this to discuss what's going wrong, because they need change and fast, because right now, Team Spirit Academy are running away with this game.
And it's the T side at least, and the timer's ticking again, so it won't be sitting around too long. It's one of those where you can have a quick chat, motivate everybody mainly, and get back on track, because that really needs to happen soon. We already saw what happens as soon as Team Spirit get rolling. And they quickly need to find a speed bump. Currently, I guess they are finding it, but Falcons are just getting flattered as the speed bump. They've pulled up a little bit here. Try to contest, very similar. You've got Maxwell's bonus, so you can buy into this round with a decent oomph, but not enough to fully challenge up. You really need to overwhelm in this instance with just the pistols. And currently, Team Spirit are playing so far back. They keep on switching it up as well, man. It must be such a nuisance to play against this team, because you never know what to expect.
Yeah. Yes, right now, Team Spirit Academy playing the bait and switch towards Monster, relying on Sotfik to hold the short run out. No flash means contact in. Masuta into the molly. Baz has found 2. Make it 3. In fact, Zontic does brilliantly in holding on. Artfrost wants a frag as well. And Team Spirit Academy allowing all their players to get a slice of the pie in that one. Round 6 up next. It's 5-0 right now. Team Spirit Academy doing very well.
Team Falcons not even finding a frag. So you invested. It doesn't really matter for your own economy, because you're going to be able to full buy anyway. But you're not doing any damage down the opposite end. There's, quick math, 6 deaths in 5 rounds on the side of Team Spirit. Like, they've done nothing. And one of those deaths was an MP9. The way they're building up the economy right now on the side of Team Spirit is rampant. And at least that needs to change. Otherwise, you're just getting flooded away. Even after you win a round, you need to keep it close. Keep on doing damage and deny Team Spirit the economy. But Falcons, this kind of feels like a must-win, because there's so much up next, and Body already loses out the initial duel against Donk pretty heavily so.
All the flashes in the world being used right now by the sounds of things. Very hush, very quiet. Playing up close and personal, Donk wanting more blood in this round, haven't found the advantage. Team Spirit Academy, no position to let up. Artfrost, he's waiting on long timing, not on his side. Kenny has started to wiggle on him with the AWP. It's a flash. Donk actually catches him. I don't know how they've allowed this one to happen. Artfrost now needs to turn his attention back towards long. I'm wanting to help his teammate out. No, Artfrost misses. and that's an A site under compromise, but Donk's found the third. All of the short pressure gone. Donk wants more. MBK will find him, but the players have already made their approach towards site. And now it's Masuta that's next up to the chopping block, and Zontix will deny 6-0. Team Spirit Academy. What a start they're having.
I guess we underestimated them. We were talking about it too well, but for the wrong side, it seems like, because Team Falcons, they're not getting this engine running at all. And it does feel like that's also the case, right? Team Spirit Academy, I don't want to take anything away from them because they're playing phenomenally, but it does feel like Team Falcons isn't finding that same form that they have been in the recent few days, and they quickly need to start turning that around. Otherwise, it's just going to be flattening. They're out of CCT, and they don't have another chance to make a name for themselves in that current instance. Obviously, more games for them tonight, but Team Spirit currently just reigning champions on this particular best of 3.
Those odds over at 1xBet looking very healthy for Team Spirit now. The Academy boys doing very, very well at the start of Overpass. The pick of Falcons backfiring. They're 6-0 down right now. Got to start making an improvement. Got to start picking up rounds and some success stories. Otherwise, it will be a very quick second map. Python wants to get invested towards short. Blows open the connector door and so makes his way through. Molly in front of him, forcing him further back. Okay, just a very, very slow beginning. Body wants to boost. Playing this monster pipe setup yet again. The flash is decent, and they just lobbed the molly, and now these players segregated from one another. The first 2 kills go their way. Python tapping out with the Tech 9. Find both. And now 3 versus 3, not the most terrible of scenarios, but Art Froster's caught the man in question. And now it's a 3v2, and it just looks to be going the way of Falcons. Body's dropped in towards water. Kenny's looking for a bomb plant. He's picked up an AK and found a first, but still 2 more to go.
There's still so much, and the fake plant doesn't work at all as Team Spirit entirely prepared for it. They are starting to do more damage on the side of Falcons, but realistically, that's not really something that you're looking for right now. Also, no bomb plant, not meaningful for this particular round, but had they gotten that, it would have meant that they didn't necessarily need one in the round hereafter, so they would have been able to keep on buying. Right now, there's still an emphasis on actually getting that bomb down. Otherwise, the buy into the next round is going to be strugglesome for some. Body and Python mainly. The rest should be able to crank out AK armor. But Team Spirit, they're just dominating. Not Art Frost, though, as Kenny S will take him to the cleaners.
Very slow yet again from Falcons. Masuta doesn't want to keep the short control. I think he got flashed in, but so scared that Team Spirit Academy were going to take it off him. We're going to play more passive, and while he does find the first and meet resistance with a second, he will eventually crumble under the pressure. Zontix does pick him up. Python trades 2v4 now. This is looking better for Falcons.
7-1 will be the starting point for Falcons. And it's seemingly going to be reality, unless Donk has something to say about it. And I'm sure he'll open his mouth, but Buddy will silence him with the AK. And Falcons finally managed to get on the board with their very first in the 9th round.
Nice. Very, very nicely done that Falcons get themselves on the board. Still a 6 rounds deficit. A lot to work back from. A lot to chip away at. Unfortunately for Team Spirit Academy, they are now knowing that Falcons are capable of winning a round. It would have been very nice if they just didn't and they won 16-0 and called it a day. Still more work to be done.
That's not
This
the right
round.
start.
Yeah, I was going to say, starts with a pretty punctual first frag. Is that the spam towards short? Yes, through the wooden paneling. Has just caught the short pipe push. 5v4.
Buddy, been incredibly quiet. We were commending him at the very start of how much he's elevated Falcons and how much they've been able to contend because of him. Currently not showing that similar form. You can see what a huge impact that has on the side of Falcons, because usually Buddy has a 1.2 rating. Like that's since he joined Falcons. So he's certainly underperforming here. but he is starting to get running. Didn't have any frags up until 2 rounds ago. Team Spirit, they still have that man up, and it doesn't really look like Falcons have got a great idea of what they want to do with this round, just hanging about, trying to find an opening, but Team Spirit instead are the ones who find one. Body going down by the name of Donk.
Has smoked, volleyed everything, but he survives. In the flames, Ontix finds a double, and the last goes Baz's way while they meet resistance in the last. This is a clean-cut round for the CT side of Team Spirit Academy, right back where they left off. They deliver, and it's 8-1 right now. It is looking so scary. Falcons, I mean, they've got money to rebuy, but it's not going to be looking great.
It is a bit painful watching Falcons being swept by the wayside this handedly. Purely because I was expecting an overpass here, and right now it's just a flattening of Team Spirit. Running away with this. We have seen this before, so to be honest, I don't really know why we doubted Team Spirit Academy that much, that we were expecting a 2-0, but they just keep on performing, man. It's very reminiscent of how Aurora were when every single best of 3 that they played, I was doubting them, thinking, well, this is where it's going to end, because now the opponents are a bit too great for Team Spirit. Nothing is too great for them as Falcons. They will try to break that seal over towards the B bomb site. Zontix hiding away at the barrels, and the smoke just in the way of Falcons. Random spray going through. Zontix should be at its end here. Baz still fighting up close, and Sophic, he'll get 3 or 2 rather, and one of it is his teammate, but still a man advantage for Team Spirit.
Nice shot from Kenny. Still a minute left. Teammates made his way towards A, finds the shot into heaven. And that might just beckon the thoughts of Team Spirit Academy towards B, but it's A that's under threat. Body all the way through to bank. How scary does this get? Throws a volley, trying to fake this presence. Donk's going to move his way up. Does he even check this? I mean, surely he has a look. Yes, he does, but it's not going to be good enough to find it. Now it's Sophic, 1v2. Already found one in the round, needs to make it a hat trick. Right now, at least. Falcons in a position to find a second. Sophic at least aware that this flank can come in, but the bomb's actually made its way towards B. Body's trying to make his way back there, but he's able to take down Sophic before the bomb even gets planted. It is going to be 8-2.
Okay, Falcons. Starting to feel it a little bit more now. Getting fortunate that Sophic got caught in the chaos and gunned Baz down. But Team Spirit, because they were able to build up such a bank, they've still got another buy left up. After this, it is going to get scrungy, but Falcons, they still need to actually win this round, and every single time they've been at the precipice, that's where it has gone downhill. Artfrost looked intent on peeking over quickly, but it just lobs the nade right in the backyard of Kenny S, and it does a ton of damage. Team Spirit started off on the correct foot again.
Now, Falcons, if they can chain together some success and they can put together a few rounds, this could be pretty promising. Donk waiting patiently, Body on the other side of it. Shadow detected, first kill is his. Artfrost way too overcommitting to that angle. Now it's down to Sophic on the side. He can't find anything either. 2v4, that's a guaranteed third for Falcons.
Team Spirit probably not even going for this due to the economy not being in their favor at all. If they save over 2 rifles, that should be enough to grant them another buy. That's more like for Falcons. And are they actually going to play double up here? They've currently got 2. Nah, MBK swaps it out. I was going to say, 1 up is probably plenty on overpass. Team Spirit. This is still not something that they can be entirely comfortable in. It was a run of terror from Team Spirit, but Falcons, they can certainly start the road to comeback. And realistically, if they get 2 more rounds after this, they can call it somewhat of a success, especially with the way it was initially looking. It still wouldn't be entirely comfortable, but you'd at least be in the realm of possibility.
There we go. Definitely a respectful round out of Falcons. Good trading, good damage potential. Send it in towards A and they deliver. Ultimately now, this is going to be a difficult one to understand for Team Spirit Academy, because while they had a blistering start, now they're under threat of being reset. You know, looking at their money, 4 of these players basically hitting rock bottom. 3 at $0, 1 at 50. Baz is the only player with some cash in his pockets. It's going to be a difficult pill to swallow if Team Spirit Academy concede a 4th.
And they'll start snowballing. Falcons. Feels like they're living it up more. It took him a little while to actually get comfortable and get the aim on point, and I like that. They know this setup now, so they just lob a simple flash over. 200 for a $600 return, and even a smoke on top of that. Trying to get out that utility as soon as possible. Zontix has got another molly lined up, and if Falcons decide to go down this path, they're going to need to get that one out first. This is a tried and true setup for Team Spirit.
Getting ready. Flashes at the ready. Players at the ready. Body walks into it first. There's your first. The second, the meat grinder. The molly does so much as well. Zontix finds one beyond the grave. Sotfik, good timing on the swing. Bomb dropped. Player gone from connector. Kenny S1v3. And they know where the C4 is. Even if he does pick it up, the attempt to try and plant. There's so many players scattered around the site right now. It's going to be so damn difficult for him to get this one done. Kenny waits. Goes into water, trying to take the fight up. Frost wants to play passive. Done. No way Kenny's going to get the plant out here. And even if he does, I mean, fair enough. He should just get run out and gunned down. First is his. Art Frost doesn't want to play face. Wait till after time maybe to go hunting. But even then, Kenny knows his days are numbered. And that is that finish. Team Spirit Academy. Oh my word. I was going to say make it 9. Kenny, a convincing shot to end the round. But he does get away with the orb. But no money to go with it.
Oh, sprayed through the wall. Headshot instant. Close for Team Spirit to get the orb as well. And that would have meant that Team Falcons just in tatters, but right now it's still around for Team Spirit, who were on the brink of economics collapse. They're still certainly there, but they've got a bit of a stronger buy coming into this round. No MP9, it's upgraded to a FAMA, still not the greatest, but Team Spirit, they already made it work once. Falcons, they've just not been able to break that tunnel apart. Team Spirit on the other end have been right equal to it. Donk is equal to Python. Masuta finally finds a frag, but that is immediately traded back by Donk, putting Falcons on the back foot.
4v2 yet again. It's just an embarrassing start for Falcons. Can't find much. They just get owned. And Mutay and Body have got a lot to do between them. And well, nice 4th frag in this round. Should just be the last to follow in a sec here. And ultimately, yep, donezo. Sotfik will close the show. 10-3. Team Spirit Academy, welcome to the big leagues.
It just feels like that was the chance for Team Falcons. They haven't grasped that one golden ticket back into this game. Now, whatever ticket is left is bronze or worse. 5 rounds, Team Spirit running this every step of the way. Even though they're not really changing anything up, it's a very similar setup of, well, this at the end of Monster, but also just early presence, far forward, and then they're going back again, because Falcons then have to spend the rest of the round clearing out every single angle, it feels like. And Team Spirit, once it's in a crunch, they know what's going to happen, and they'll be able to respond appropriately.
Now, the Falcons can only go away with 5 here on this east side. Is a little bit worrying, but ultimately I don't think they care all too much. It's going to be pretty difficult to get this one sorted. Oh, he's going to catch out. No, Zontix I mean, I don't know how he's not found a single frag from it. I was going to say the best Falcons can do in 5. It shouldn't be too much of a worry here for Team Spirit Academy. But if they lose this round here, it would be pretty embarrassing. Especially after the kills Zontix could have gotten and the advantages they could have provided. Donk does exactly that, though. 4 versus 2. Now 4 versus 1. Donk, what a brilliant way to keep their team in touch. And that is going to be 11 on the board for Team Spirit Academy.
And when Donk is alive, there's no worry on the horizon. 17 frags, 4 of which in this particular round. And Team Spirit, they get their 11th. Falcons were setting up for this round. That wasn't a round meant for winning, but still one that they probably should have done a little bit better in, considering they actually got the post plant, 4 players alive, and they just got torn apart by one man sitting in connector. Whichever way this half ends, Team Falcons are going to have a big challenge up for them in the second half, and I can't really see how they're going to surmount that. But then again, they probably didn't get to this spot by not surmounting challenges along their road.
Nicely done, MBK through the smoke, going to find Zontix. Not a terrible beginning to this last round, but ultimately the fact that it's fighting only for a 4th is, I want to say, pretty embarrassing for them. And ultimately now they're in no position to give up any more. They need to basically win the rest. Team Spirit Academy, the fact that we're even talking 2-0s again is so scary. I'm thoroughly impressed. And look at this burst! Oh, it's brilliant. Kenny and Python both finding frags. Oh, Frost looking to close the show. Actually misses his shot over flicking. And Python given a chance to close this one out to make it a 4th, but he turns away at the worst possible time. Team Spirit Academy 4 rounds away from winning this game. Let's see if they can get it done after this. Welcome back, ladies and gents. A short sprint for Team Spirit Academy to get this one done, to make it 2-0, to send Falcons packing from this tournament. Tech pause before we start the second half. Classic second half pause. 4 rounds away from winning this game. And I think Falcons, with their backs against the wall, need nothing short of an impeccable CT side.
And it all starts in the pistol. If you lose the pistol, it already feels like it's done and over with. There is still a chance of coming back, but it's very slim. Team Spirit, with the way that they've been playing, man, it's just, it feels like they're playing a pug almost, just running around and playing it on aim. There's certainly tactics, don't get me wrong, but the main success is where they're finding Falcons out into the open and they're just running and gunning them down, and they're going to be looking to do the exact same, perhaps with a quick B push over for Team Spirit. They've halted it a little bit in order to set up the smoke. It does still feel like a massive collapse with Falcons. They're already starting to close in from behind. Smoke goes through, and that's going to call the push for Team Spirit. Masut and Kenny S, are you up for the task? Kenny S is for the initial duel, but Masut, with just 2 frags in the first half, is going to struggle. Entropiq is still on the holdout for the push from behind. Zontix finds Masut through the smoke, and it's just a plain 2-on-2, no bomb plan.
Yeah, but they're happy with this Team Spirit Academy. They know they can pump the brakes, wait for the move here for Falcons. Zontix is going to hear all of the noise. What he should do. Python's eking out towards Monster. Oh, and he misses! Oh. And Zontix will punish. 1v2. Now they can look to plant the bomb. His teammate probably going to be holding their heavens, and they're both going to play for the plant. And Body now with the dualies needs a clutch to keep Falcons alive. Spotted out, taken down. Baz and Zontix. The wombo combo that delivers 13-3.
Yeah, that feels like it's just dead lost. Team Falcons, how are you going to come back from this? You can start buying up here and just force your way through, which is the decision that they make. But you're also putting yourself on a very thin line, inching closer towards a 2-0 defeat. Team Spirit, they still need to actually convert this round, and the Pistol Falcons have been finding a decent amount of success, not particularly on this map, but they're going to have to do it with Team Spirit. Otherwise, they're just going to run away. Falcons, it's an unfortunate end for them. There's still some fight left in them. Body pushed up close, but he doesn't want to go any further. Team Spirit are so aware.
Sophic opening frag is his second man towards Tree, taken down by Dong. And this now is looking great for Team Spirit Academy. A force buy for Falcons, made to look like nothing. 2v5 scenario, pretty promising for Team Spirit Academy to find 14. What a brilliant turn of events out of this T side. I'm impressed to say the least here by this Team Spirit Academy side. I don't know what they've done, but they've really turned up the heat.
It's amazing to just see them continue. Certainly an underdog pick for the rest of these playoffs. Python headbutts smoke coming through, and now it seems like his legs are spotted, and on the other side is fire. Oh no, no matter where you go, you have to squeal. And the suit's also squeezed out by Sophic. And Team Spirit on 14.
Two more. That's all they need. Team Falcons, square one. No money, no chance, no opportunities. And, well, backs against the wall. You kind of just have to go for it. And just one of those buys that looks so bad that you kind of know the outcome of the round before it starts. Team Spirit Academy, just playing lights out CS, man. Know what they're doing. Doing very well at playing it. It is just a good time to be a Team Spirit Academy fan.
It's usually the good times that can turn into the greatest nightmares. But that's only copium for the side of Falcons. That's not really something that's on the cards right now. Falcons still have got such a distance they need to overcome. I like this setup though. Dong perhaps baited in. Okay, KennyS does trade him out, but then there's Sophic around the corner. Still 5-7 is decent in those altercations, but Sophic still wins it out with the help of another teammate coming through. Beautiful shot by Body, but it is a headshot trade. It's not like he's going to come away from that happily smiling. An MBK up close, the MP9 falters, and it seems like Falcons are on their last legs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 3v2, there is a chance, but Body burn into the flames of Sophic just as the molly starts to fade as well. Python, 1v3, coming in from Dumpster. The resmoke going to force him back even further. And Team Spirit Academy on par for 15. It's looking very, very good. And ultimately now, no chance at mistakes. Way too late in the game to try and make a recovery. It's just about trying their best at making it look at least a little less embarrassing than what it is right now.
Yeah, we already doubted them on the previous map from 15 to 6. We're certainly going to doubt them from 15 to 3. Nothing changes there. And sure, Falcons are on the CT side of things now, but if you're going out to save an MP9, you know it's dire straits for the opposing end. Like, there's just not a whole lot going for you. Python is aware of some ticks coming around the corner, and that MP9 will actually turn into an AK, but then it will also dissipate into the thin air, and you're holding nothing anymore as it will be slapped away at the end of the round.
15-3, map and series point. KennyS has got an AWP, everyone else is on FAMASs and MP9s. Not a great look, really, not a great look. And unfortunately for Falcons, way too late in the game to make a recovery. As I said, this is just about making sure they don't look like they've embarrassed themselves. I think even then it's going to be pretty late to do so. It's going to be a pretty easy 16th, or at least it should be here for Team Spirit Academy. Play your cards right, make it look good, embarrass the Falcons side. All the check they're looking to make. 15-3. I feel this was not on my bingo card for the start of 2023. I'll tell you that now.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe at the very start when Falcons were still a little bit wonky, but with their recent form, this is an utter tear. And Falcons, they must put their heads down in shame after this. Like, you can't feel confident about a match like this. And especially when the pressure is on, Falcons just failed to show up. It's CCT playoffs. For Falcons, they would ideally get back to tier 1 again, but with performances like this, that's just not really going to happen. Kenny S does find Sotfik. That's only the first in a very long round. So first winning out this round. This is another step in the right direction. MBK trading out the MP9, but this is only one round, and it's step by step for Falcons.
It's not a bad start, as you say, but unfortunately, don't count them out of scenarios like this, but that's painful watch. Now, of course, down to 2. Clutch required between Zontix and Donkin. They do find the first. It's not the terrible start. There's noise being made towards Connector. Masuta's just making all the steps in the world. Donks actually let him run by, but Zontix is able to pick him up. 5 seconds left. No time. Save call or put an AK kept, and they'll allow Falcons up to a 4th.
This is the thing, right? That Team Spirit, in moments like this, they don't try and go for this round still. They don't try and pull off the 2v3. They'll just hold on to the AWP, the AK, because they know we've got 12 rounds of wiggle room. There's no need for us to break our own economy, be hasty, and that's the maturity that you see on the side of Team Spirit Academy so early on already. And I feel like that has to be something with Sotfik actually playing on the field and being able to make those calls, saying, lads, no need to overly extend, no need to put ourselves down, as Kenny S does get put down by ArtFrost due to a wide swing. That feels like a very bad start. That is a very bad start to the round. Duncan make matters even worse. Flash goes over, and Baz will return the trade, and oh, there's a flocker. She Baz with 2.
Nicely done by Body, gonna find another, but it's just not looking good, is it? Team Spirit Academy with an advantage. They are doing their best to keep it right now. Slam the brakes, 1:10 to go. One player's gonna make their way up con, it's ArtFrost. 2 players still sitting short. And I don't quite know what the game plan is here. I mean, ArtFrost is throwing all sorts of utility as if to fake an A play. There is still a player towards B. There's no gamble stack. MBK playing super passive, and that might just question the idea of Body. Do we actually want to commit towards the A play? By the looks of things, no. And they wait a few seconds just to keep Falcons guessing before they commit to a site.
Oh, methodical. Okay, ArtFrost does whip the shot. It's a tough flick to be making. That's more information for Falcons. MBK, however, he still needs to hold them off for a little bit before Buddy can fully start rotating into the site. He can at least have some pop fire. But Zontic's going down. Softic also following. Just ArtFrost with the 1, and now he can start getting out of the line of fire. Needs a second shot, and he does it. ArtFrost is ludicrous, man.
What is that flick? Watch the replay before we end the game. Do we have that in slow-mo? What is that, man? What a game! That is it. Here we have it. Slow-mo for you. What, man? What is that flick? I don't believe it. Nonetheless, Team Spirit Academy, in the sickest way possible, will win this 2-0. And finally, we get to announce our winners. Falcons eliminated. Team Spirit Academy, welcome to the big leagues. They make it to top 4 in this event. What a brilliant display. What a brilliant performance. A quarter-final performance that is deserved of a spot like this. They play the winner of iNation versus FORZE. But for now, this is their moment. What a sick win.
Oh my goodness. Team Spirit Academy, the future holds big things for you, my lads, because that was an impeccable performance. And not just being able to counter-strat Falcons the entire way, right? But that backed up with how strong their aim was in every single duel and the consistency of it. That's what you usually see with an Academy roster, is that they've got the aim, but inconsistently so, and they lose some unfortunate battles. Not the case at all. Team Spirit are on a roll, and they're going to be able to take on and at least challenge the winner of iNation or FORZE, whoever pulls through there. But my goodness, Retro, that was a tear and a flattening for Falcons.
Yeah, pretty bad day in the office for them. Of course, they've still got chances this year. They've got an RMR to play. They've got, you know, lots of Counter-Strike to look forward to. So, yeah, indeed, unfortunate day in the office for them, though. It is, of course, our second BO3. Hopefully not too long. I think 10, 15 minutes or so on the break. And then we'll be back with our second game of today. It is, of course, that GamerLegion game. Up next, don't go anywhere.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, our second game live in just a few moments. It is that GamerLegion GODSENT game that is highly anticipated, High Fiera. It's going to be a very exciting one. I think a lot of people at home will be expecting this to be one of the best matchups we have here in Tier 2. And I, for one, am so keen for it. Is, of course, GamerLegion starting things off. And what better way to talk about it than to talk about the roster themselves, High Fiera, right? I think that's the best way of going about it. And we can have a chat about this European powerhouse, right? GamerLegion, of course, having made the last 2 RMR events, they made the Challenger stage of Rio, looking to do the same again here, but more Tier 2 experience is what they're here for before they dash off to Denmark.
Yeah, these lads are just incredibly strong and eager as well. Shui greatly anticipated IGL, and overall, just so much fragging power, and that is with this team not being together for so insanely long. 6 months is how long they've been together, which, you know, that's right around that time where you do start feeling entirely comfortable, where you do realize what the nicks and knacks of your teammates are. But still, they were outperforming themselves way before that, and it seems like they were able to turn that honeymoon period into an actual form of the team. So GamerLegion, they're in a great form. Kiels, Belgian, love that. From the Benelux, of course, got to back that lad, being from the Netherlands myself. But on the opposite end, we've got another highly anticipated roster. I think the most anticipated roster of the recent days, in terms of Tier 2, that is, and that is a GODSENT. A full Swedish roster. They're going back to it, and thus far it's been topsy-turvy, but Joel, man, he's just continuously on top.
Joel knows how to 1v5 a game. That's the thing that I've learned most about this GODSENT side. Of course, we have a bundle of experience. You're talking the ITB combo on the left-hand side, the Draken Rusty Obviously, pick up for GODSENT alongside ZTR, who was renowned for his time over at Young Ninjas, but more specifically and recently in the main NIP roster. And of course, Plopsky as well, a man that was in NIP, a man that's one of the better Swedish players, right, in Tier 1 CS. So excited to see him here. This team definitely one for the future and looking to prove it today as they play probably one of the better opponents, as I say, in Tier 2, that of GamerLegion.
Yeah, they've faced Eternal Fire in recent days, and they are starting to get that ranking up more and more. But overall, GODSENT, what's the problem for me is that they just can't really have that consistency just yet. They are like a team in some instances, and then in others, they just completely fold. And that, of course, is going to have a lot to do with them only being together for 1 month and still trying to work on that. So there's a lot of potential on this side. But against GamerLegion, potential is not good enough. You need to make it realization. You need to actually dig deep and find every single bit of CS prowess that you've got within yourself.
All right, so obviously talking about the teams done and dusted. Don't think there's any more we can discuss about this without going super in depth. It's time to talk maps. It's time to talk the BO3 and the context of what we're playing. Of course, no Anubis for GODSENT, no Mirage for GamerLegion. It's Inferno, it's Vertigo, it's Nuke. I'm intrigued by this veto. I'm excited to see how it goes because obviously I'm looking just, you know, straight at the stats. I don't think there's any second way about it. You've just got to look at the numbers when it comes to this matchup because both of them very even. The last time these guys played a BO3, there was Ancient, Mirage, and Vertigo. So we have one layover of Vertigo, and it was GamerLegion that won it in OT. And you look at GamerLegion's Inferno, they're a pretty strong team on it as well. Although the GODSENT boys pick it, GODSENT second best when it comes to win rates.
I'd say this is a pretty decent, or at least a better veto for GODSENT than the previous time around, because they didn't fare too well in Ancient. And GODSENT are good at Nuke, so that being the deciding map is certainly a potential for GODSENT. But it is already intriguing, right? Because the previous time, the way the veto went is that Overpass got removed and then Inferno got removed because that's GamerLegion's weak map. That's usually their ban. But this time they swapped it around because they got clapped 16-3 on Mirage by GODSENT because Joe was just an absolute menace on that map. And Inferno is still a very strong map for GODSENT, but perhaps GamerLegion backed themselves. They're learning from previous experiences and now trying to get that through. But I'm looking at this, and if GODSENT can stay solid, this is a 3-mapper through and through.
Yeah, it definitely has 3 maps written all over it, doesn't it? It's just a matter of how it goes. Obviously, for GODSENT, I guess the threat for them is losing their own map pick because, of course, it is of course the pick of Inferno for themselves, but it's a map that GamerLegion hold very highly in their rankings and in their arsenal. So yeah, I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one to delve into. Obviously, for GamerLegion themselves, they've got to be a little bit worried about their selection of the 3, having picked Vertigo. Don't think it's a bad map for them, but obviously for GODSENT, they've played it similar amounts and played similar teams. They lost in OT to this GamerLegion side, not beforehand. So for GODSENT, yeah, I think there's a chance that they can get it done in 2, but I think Hypheria, I'm siding with you. It's going to be a close 3-mapper.
And that being said, it's seemingly that we still have to wait for one player to get home from school. So we're going to wait on that. We're going to cut it to a short little break. Those are the issues you're going to run into with a rolling schedule. But make sure to stay tuned because we're going to be right back after this break. Ranked.
Are we? Welcome back, ladies and gents. Apologies for the wait, but we are here. GamerLegion take on GODSENT in a BO3 for a spot in the semi-finals. Top 4 in this event on the line. Let's see who gets it done as we head into our first of what could be 3 very close and grueling maps. The odds over at 1xBet saying GODSENT are your underdogs. It's GamerLegion that find themselves at a 1.58, and understandably so. I'd argue they are the better team, but GODSENT, I mean, the skill ceiling's certainly there to match the power and pace of GamerLegion. But of course, this is GODSENT's pick, but GamerLegion, we know them as a team that are very capable on Inferno.
And they're going to have to show that. Because Mirage obviously being banned after losing 16-3 against GODSENT the previous time around. But Joel, right around the corner, that's the end of Keels. They're not going to collapse just yet. They're so methodical about this. And rightly so, because GamerLegion, they've got 3 on the opposite end of this, and Joe might get caught on the rotation back. Shuey, he's going to get so much information out of this, though, but that information isn't going to be relayed in time. It's just Imma over towards A, and that's exactly where GODSENT are going to stack this push. Imma from the apps, what can he do? Lets one go by, but the rest is all looking at him with wide open eyes, and Imma has to relent and go back into the apps.
I mean, he steps back out into the open, and Plopsky will have his head taken off. Shuey, Isaac, and Acor, 3 versus 5. GamerLegion in a pretty cool spot right now where you've got pincers, you've got plays, you've got chances, but they all run out once you actually find yourself in this position. 3 versus 5. Now 3 versus 4. Shuey finds the opening kill here for this retake. Joel's already sliced the GamerLegion defense into thirds, and Draken's going to dismiss the second portion. Joel will find the last. And that's GODSENT that take the pistol.
God, I don't want to see that out of Rusty anymore, though. Sitting from pit, struggling to find that frag. But all you really need to do from the pit spot is be there, be alive, and that's good enough to wreak havoc. But for GODSENT winning the pistol, it seems like there's a technical pause. And the thing is, one thing that we haven't really considered is, obviously the reason that we're delayed, as I mentioned, is due to somebody coming home from school. Whoever that player is not going to be able to warm up at all, jumping right into this matchup. That's going to be a rough one to fully get started with, man.
I mean, you would have thought they'd have given enough time for him to actually, like, shoot some aim bots or whatever, right? Like, you can't afford to do that. When we're running rolling schedule, you can't stop a player from being a few minutes late because they just need to warm up because they get back, right? Like, that's one part that I'd say. Maybe I agree, because there's every opportunity, as you said, that maybe you're going to feel a little bit rough around the edges, and you know, you're not at your full potential. But yeah, I think for right now, it's I don't know. We'll see. Maybe you know, I don't know who's the person that goes to school. I don't know that whole situation, but maybe we'll find out who it is, or maybe we won't. Maybe they'll absolutely shoot heads. Anyway, ladies and gents, there are a few mouse issues on the GODSENT side. Hopefully, one that doesn't last too long. But of course, a technical pause. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we're back, it's the second round of Inferno. Welcome back. That was very, very quick. Quicker than we thought, but there you have it, right? We're able to just obviously move forward and get this game underway once again. It is indeed GamerLegion that find themselves a pistol loss, but it's GODSENT now that look to get a follow-up that face against the Deagles of this GamerLegion CT side. GODSENT now trying to play things a little more timidly. I don't think they want to throw everything at the wall in the first few seconds of the round. Got to understand that GamerLegion are going to try and play this one a little funnier, a little more out of tune, just to try and catch GODSENT off guard.
It seems like the double boiler stack is prevalent. Oh, there's a tiny gap in there for Isaac. Nifty one way, but now Joe is just going to be aware of it, and Isaac going back is risky. Doesn't really pay off, but it also doesn't bite him in the behind. But GamerLegion, they're kind of banking on this working out. Plopsky's got to find out very soon, and takes ahead of him. And now Shuey is sticking it out into the open. The max 10 will be challenged too high. There's another Deagle, but that Deagle also gets slapped out of Isaac's head as his cranium explodes. And GamerLegion far and beyond that of this round.
Yep, done, dusted, over. Going to be a second on the ball for GODSENT. Just charge it in towards A. Firepower just reigns supreme in that one. And there you have it, right? It's a pretty easy find to make it 2-0. A couple of save Kevlars would be nice. Other than that, though, it's pretty easy to just call this one a day, shut up shop, and allow GODSENT to take that second. Still early doors here on Inferno, though, so you can't sit here and say that GODSENT are having a bad game as of right now. You've still got plenty of action before you can even start saying that it's going to be an off day. So don't jump the gun just yet. GODSENT just with a good start.
The one thing that I am a bit afraid of for GODSENT is the times that I've seen them fall apart is when they get really tested, when the pressure is on, and they then struggle to fully get that back. That's not really something you can have against a team like GamerLegion. You need to be able to go full acceleration. If you're a team like GODSENT, that is, right? A team that's still trying to make waves and currently 80th in the world, while GamerLegion are sitting at 20th or something like that. So there's a huge disparity in that regard, but the potential is there. And GODSENT, if they can find that, we're going to have a close match. If they lose it and they can't get it back, it's just a flattening for GamerLegion, I reckon.
Okay, nicely done. Good first frag straight through the mid-smoke. Draken able to pick it up. And now ultimately look at Plopsky go, looking for more damage. Trying to hunt behind the smoke to get that second frag, but GamerLegion read into quite nicely on all regards. It's a passive play towards mid. It was a nade stack towards CT where a couple of these GamerLegion players lie, but other than that, the reversal from B, and I think it's going to be an A play, which is a good call considering GamerLegion have just called over all the troops.
Even though it's just pistols, it's always scary to run into it. GODSENT, they're still using a little utility, making sure that they do their due diligence and they don't lose a silly round. I quite like that as well. ZTR just running forward, being the bait-in for the case anybody sitting in the corner. And then you've got Draken turning around, and he's actually the one to clear it away. And teamwork prevalent on the side of GODSENT, but of course, since there was nobody anywhere remotely close to the site, it all comes up with nothing.
Done and dusted. Easy pickup, of course, for the third. GODSENT after winning the pistol, you kind of expect it to go this way. Oh, Team Dink, ZTR causing Rusty to get dropped. He's like, yep, thank you. My eco's not yours. Yours has actually picked up a MAC-10, so maybe it looks a little scarier because of the nade well placed. Okay, never mind. He chucks out his MAC-10, lets the AKs and the Galils do the work, and GODSENT do eventually find their third. Meet little resistance in that one yet again. But now, of course, CT side, they've got rifles, including the AWP on A-core. That's going to be an entertaining watch.
I do like ZTR dropping the MAC-10. The idea for him was obviously, hey, you lot have got full health. They're in banana. Go and hunt them down and don't lose the rifle that we actually care about. But there was too much blood on the mouth of GODSENT, and they like the taste, so they continue to hunt forward. All in all, it doesn't really matter, only the micro skill. GamerLegion, this is where they can start returning fire, and all point contested. Joe actually the one with the MAC-10. Not too sure whether I like that, since he's such a huge fragging power, and to send him out in order to get some information and in a weaker duel, don't ideally like to see, especially with A-core and Imma set up around this. The flash comes through, Joel drops, and Plopsky, he'll find a return frag, but Isaac still from underneath, and then A-core is going to be at the edge of the smoke, whiffs the shot, now he's surely written up for death, right? A-core trying to jump, trying to stick it out, Rusty is struggling, and A-core manages to survive.
2v3 as well. Flash goes in towards Boiler Room. GODSENT want to try and fake a bit of short control with smoke. You'd think did a lot. Does nothing. Rusty finds the headshot eventually onto A-core. So the spam, redundant. One man for the job. Draken smoke towards short. There is a gap for him to work with. Trying to keep the T side guessing. Keel's going to get spammed out. Maybe not thinking he's going to be on it. It's an easy first frag. Shuey continues to hold. And they do indeed win out the round. He only would have noticed that on the jump spot back across. A 10-second stick from Shuey. Although looks scary, very smart. And that's GamerLegion that take their first.
Yeah, Especially in a round like this, I mean, that just has to be a kill. Sure, he got it later on, but it's so unfortunate for Rusty there. A tough one, but GamerLegion, you're expecting them to have a 5-second defuse in a fully bought up round. So
Yeah.
them not having the defuse just yet, of course, throws GODSENT off the scent of, oh, well, maybe they are actually defusing. Let me jump spot when I'm low HP and risk myself losing this round because they've got a defuse kit, right? So GamerLegion, very smartly done.
Does come at a big price, though. 4 players removed from this round, meaning that this investment's a bit of a wonky one. You know, while you have got M4s, you've also got FAMASs. Well, I say a FAMAS, it's the lack thereof now as Heels gets removed. Now, waiting very, very patiently. Trying to retake Banana on his lonesome. Goes back for a smoke, and that's going to be important because that's going to block off a lot of these pushes from GODSENT, which do look like they're heading towards B here, Hytheria.
And GamerLegion, they've banked on that fact plenty of times. Had the majority stacked over there, but then GODSENT went over towards A, where yet again, they've only got one. If Joel manages to find a frag there, that could start changing things around, but it looks like he's just staying put, and all the Utah is going over the top. GODSENT, they're intent on pushing this. No remorse shown, but Emma usually gets checked, but oh, Plopsky falls by the wayside, and there's nobody else to try and refrag. Acor from the back of sight sells the position for Shuey. Rusty looked like he was going to go for the plant. They need a little bit more time. And ZTR up against Shuey. iGels versus each other, and ZTR loses that duel, and that means a 1v2, and there's no way that Joel can get both kills or a plant in time.
No chance for Joel. Nowhere to be seen. Finds another massive, massive damage yet again in a round that they shouldn't have found much in. GODSENT do indeed forfeit a second, but it is at a big cost. As I said, GamerLegion only was one survivor, and looking at their money, it's going to have to be SMGs for the most part in this round. Maybe the odd FAMAS or the odd M4. Depends if you're an A1 or an A4 user, but nonetheless, GamerLegion are just going to have to bring out whatever they can. A UMP and an MP9 in the hands of Acor and Keels. 5 rifles still on that GODSENT side, including the AWP. It's going to get difficult for GamerLegion once again.
GODSENT doing a great job. Even when they lose the round, the economy is not able to build at all. And at some point, GamerLegion need to start winning the rounds with more conviction. Can you really blame them that they aren't, since there's just so little for them to actually work with? I'm sure they're happy just scraping by as of this current instance. Perhaps when they fully get the rifles set up, that's where they can start demanding more of themselves. But right now, they have to accept whatever GODSENT want to do and try to play around that. Nate goes deep, does a bit of chip damage, and Plopsky actually gets tacked up by Acor's UMP, wrestling away. Looks like GODSENT are going around towards A this time around.
Still a minute left. Looking at bits of their utility, trying to bait in a GamerLegion rotate, or at least warrant a reaction or a response out of them. Acor going to be smoked and flashed, but there's one encounter. Shuey sets him up nicely. UMP finds one of the rifles. A good trade-off to make. 45 seconds. They continue to commit towards long, and Shuey's smoke fades, and he's delivered a second. ZTR, Joel, and Draken now to pick up the pieces from short. Isaac allowing none of it through pit, and now it's down to 2. Bomb plant could be happening for Joel, but at the end of the day, this round looks very lost. A very, very clueless GODSENT now in the 2v4. Joel, as I said, he's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Might just go for a bomb plant in the safe angle. He will indeed opt to do so. But again, GamerLegion also electing to play this one in the post plant and starting to use some of their utility to flush out these players. Joel tags up. They know where he is. First frag is his. Draken with the AWP. Better kept into the next. He's going to run and save. Shuey sticks. And GamerLegion equalize.
And with 4 players left alive as well, that's huge for their economy. And GamerLegion, they are getting so much information. They were already aware of GODSENT. As soon as there's only one towards an opposite end, or even none, GamerLegion are just rotating over because they don't hear anything, they don't see anything, and there's no reason for them to stick around to GODSENT. They're playing this game on hard mode right now without being able to get GamerLegion in an indecisive spot where they don't know whether it's going to be B or A. Thus far, the pushes have been relatively telegraphed, and they're fighting like hell in order to break through the fully stacked site. And that's just not really something that's going to work in the longer stretch for GODSENT. So they have to put their lurker up to a little bit more and perhaps even have a bit of a backup in order to throw GamerLegion off the scent.
Odds over at 1xBet, I think, starting to maybe recognise that GODSENT have a chance. Still very favourable for GamerLegion. Don't think they've moved much off of the start point, but certainly would have shifted throughout the first few rounds. And of course, if you're going to go check them out, you can head over to cct.gg/1xBet. Use our code of CCT for up to €130 on your deposit bonus. Courtesy of our lovely friends over there. Of course, if you like skins, Hellcase is the one to go to. Same code, different website. Be the same result. Earn yourself some cool pixels to play in the game as we head into round 7.
You make it sound so enticing.
Yes, obviously, be gamble aware, and you always lose. Well, the house always wins. That's the saying,
Yeah,
right? So
very true. And that for some pixels.
I mean, listen, you know, sometimes you can get lucky. That's life, you know.
Very
Sometimes
true.
you don't.
Very
Quit while
true.
you're ahead, if you do get ahead, and then quit while you're behind once you've lost it.
Yeah, right now there's neither of those options for GODSENT, who didn't really get too fortunate with whichever site they went to. Usually running into the majority. Acor, not a gap through the smoke there, so Draken gets away with the spot. GamerLegion, very weak over towards A, but they're starting to rotate over already, and this is what I mean with that banana presence, right? There's just not a whole lot going on there right now. Rusty, he's got a smoke and a flash to try and throw them off, but GamerLegion, they're just going to stick it out exactly the way it currently is. GODSENT just sitting about, waiting for an opener, trying to find one.
Goal. Trying to go for some ridiculous wall bangs. Unfortunately, my friend, there is no one in front of your crosshair to be shooting. Neil's going to get the boost. I like this elevated angle. I feel like it's an elevated chance now as well, because GODSENT leaving it very, very late in this round to decide where they're going. Making a step towards B site. GODSENT, oh, okay. Rusty tried to slice the plant pot. It's made of steel, supposedly. Couldn't get through it. Bomb making its way up towards Banana. This is bad. This is bad. Because now, look, the third rotate's coming in. Imma's going to be playing from Speedway. There's 3 on the site. Well, technically 2, but there's a third in rotation. 20 seconds left. They've got to be hitting this one up, and they are. It's a faster play. First kill is Keels. Shui just needs to play tucked now. They don't need to face. They just need to drop the bomb, and if they do, that's the round done. 8 seconds left. Third kill to come in from Imma through the smoke. Joel will spin around the tray, but no time to plant. No time to win this one out. GamerLegion will make it a 4.
And Draken just disconnects from the push. Nice shot. And now he still needs to
After
make
time.
a stand after time. Death indeed. Ult was picked up by Shui right in the moment, so they're going to have to play double ult for a little bit, but that's such a rough one for GODSENT. It really seemed like they went for the push, but they half-assed it. They didn't actually go in. It was all of them being flashed, no one playing anti or whatever, and just being blinded and then struggling to go forward. And at that point, you're going in one by one and kind of offering yourself up to the Lions. So a bit of a disjointed push there by GODSENT will result in a tough loss, but GamerLegion, yet again, just so solid and sticking it out. And double up, not a problem, because Keels certainly likes to pick that bad boy up.
IV4. That's more like it. Flash in. Keels blocks the CT smoke, misses his shot, misses his chance, but it does give some relieving for Shui. Unfortunately, the relieving is no believing, as Keels, he'll drop ZTR eventually. Nade lobbed into sight as well. Popsky takes a fair chunk of damage. Acor still can't hit shots through the smokes. He's the bomb carrier. I don't quite know the situation for Draken here, but there we have it. Nice shot that connects. Draken now forced out into the open. Imma will take him down. And Popsky finds the last 4 survive for GamerLegion. This is the CT side we know and love.
It was close, though. 4 survived, but all of their HP combined just above 100. So GODSENT, they did manage to make it close, but I feel like in a spot like that, you don't go to the back of sight. You don't try and play for the round win. You drop that AK to somebody else. Doesn't matter if they're a little bit lower. But what matters most is getting that bomb down to strengthen your economy with a very similar scenario of being able to buy up into the next round if you do end up losing. Because right now, they basically have to get a bomb plant if they want to facilitate that, unless they want to go for a very weak buy, which I can't really imagine. But still, they double up on the side of GamerLegion. I like Kios' style of AWP. It's just very secure. It's not that insane flick, yanking it across and hoping that you come with the frags. Just put it on the player and press left click, or, well, press whatever button it is to shoot, which, if it's not left click, I don't know what you're on, Rusty. He's on smoke as Kios puts him in death.
Need to go over the half wall as well. Very, very slow out of this GODSENT side. Last few rounds have been very default heavy, very last minute kind of maneuvers. Not just going to get punished time and time again if they don't make the breakthrough, because GamerLegion starting to build up their money. You see Kios, they're rocking the double AWP setup alongside Acor, both players sitting well over $6 grand, and so it does get pretty difficult. Tough pill to swallow. With 40 seconds left, yet again they look towards B.
Strong setup. Keels on the edge of the smoke, but entirely blind now with a flash coming over. GODSENT yet again is 1-by-1. ZTR picked apart without Shuey, and Shuey is able to circumvent as well. Where has he gone? This dude is a menace finally. Draken manages to find him, but you've still got Keels at the back of the site. Just annoying, perpetrating, and Joel finds his maker as Keels puts him right in death. Draken, you can stand and fight all you want, but in a 1v4, your beds odds are saving it out.
Just another safe call, another round that GODSENT throw away because they spend way too long in trying to make the play and not long enough actually going for it. They left themselves 20, 25 seconds there. GamerLegion, you know, a couple of bits of utility, the difference. Obviously, the kills as well do help, but ultimately, nothing will stop the CT side from collecting rounds right now. GODSENT are giving away way too many freebies. They've got to pick up the pace, do something quicker, do something smarter, and, you know, maybe go for a bit of a B rush or go for an apps pop or do something. Just get in the faces of GamerLegion. That's how they started winning those rounds, and they've stopped doing it, and no wonder they're starting to lose.
Yeah, being able to stand out that far into the open, and there's no chance of a refrag, just isn't allowed to happen. Shouldn't be allowed to happen. And GamerLegion, it was very great maneuvering out of Shua. I'll give him that, because we've got X-Ray, and I also lost track of him where he went. So, fair enough in that regard, but GODSENT, they have to do better. It's currently the only 3 rounds that they got were off of the back of the pistol. So, trying to get more of those gun rounds actually converted. Odds are slim in this round. A quick push could still overwhelm GamerLegion.
Bomb picked up by Plopsky. Another slower round from them. Joel thinks he's got some good timing towards middle. Keos chucking in a very well-placed nade. Joel fortunate to only be walking away with 30-odd damage. Always being made towards Banana. Draken wanted to boost. Rusty crouched in the right position, which means he's forced to make noise. Smokes in towards B. Counter molly, counter nade. Everything thrown to just hold this GODSENT push. Yet again, GamerLegion know what's going on. All the shots. Well-placed nade as well, catching even more damage to these players. It's small amounts, but they add up. The smoke in front of Shuey as well, going to give so much space. The AWP trying to hold for the cross. He could be in the smoke. This should be recognized by Acor. Shuey's got him anyway. And now it's Draken and Plopsky. 2v4. AK stuck in pool. I think Shuey's holding the angle down. This is another difficult watch because right now, GamerLegion, they're not even playing good CS. It's just GODSENT on playing together.
Yeah, you can see them start rotating over because they think they've got a free bomb site. Because, fair enough, Joel caught one off guard on the rotation. But GamerLegion, they're putting so much faith in the hold that they currently have. But they don't need to over-rotate that quickly. Especially in a round like that where you can pull off some nifty tricks by trying to get the bomb plant down on the opposite end. Because that cash is certainly needed for a GODSENT. Draken bringing out a Galil. And It's tough to watch this GODSENT right now because of the potential, but we've been talking about the potential plenty of times. It needs to turn into realization, and not for Vopsky this round, and not for Rusty either. Him out and shut down DTR, and another one as well. The spray's a tad awkward, but Draken still faltered by it, and before this round can even really start, it's already ended.
So difficult because that's a full buy. Joel gets eliminated. Flawless round. A full house between him and Acor. 3-8 now. GODSENT, great start. Getting humbled real quick though. Now ultimately we're on to the final few. 6 shots out of him. We've got to see change out of GODSENT. Right now they are getting pummeled, played at their own game. And now we are looking at a very, very desperate GODSENT side that needs to put together absolutely anything.
Whatever GamerLegion want to do, it works in GODSENT, going for their 3rd tactical pulls in the first 12 rounds. That just speaks volumes as to how much there's going on the side of GODSENT and how badly they want to turn this around, and how much emphasis there is on that as well, of course, because GamerLegion, this is not their map pick. This is 70% of the time their first ban. This is not a map that GamerLegion should be doing this well on against a team like GODSENT, where it's their first pick. But that is currently what's happening in GODSENT. They need to get away and chip that GamerLegion util out of their hands before they fully can start the push. Because right now, every single time they want to start it up, there's a whole wallop of nades that just get sent their way.
Yeah, it's just not great, is it? How GamerLegion are basically owning them. Like, it's seriously a concern now because, as you say, GODSENT are in a position where, I mean, even if it's GamerLegion's best map, you should just be doing better because you picked it. You should know that compromise can be made. You know that GamerLegion aren't a bad team on this map. So, you know, if GODSENT weren't 100% convinced in knowing that they could beat them, what's the point of picking it? And yet again, it's a man disadvantage. Acor don't like that push from him. He's just given Draken an AWP, which is quite scary in of itself. I do believe that Shuey has just got immaculate timing. Never mind. He's got the worst timing of the lot.
This is so awkward.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He actually has the good timing. I take it all back. Joel's just not looking the right way as Shuey does make it the advantage yet again for the CT side. Bit of a messy spray, but they still know. Wait, that was a Deagle. The last man's got the AWP. It's Draken. Let's see it. First is his. 3 more to go.
He's going to the site with 2 on it, though. And he's just stranded in the middle, unsure, uncertainty reigning supreme right now for Draken. But perhaps the certainty is actually within saving this AWP into the next round. But I feel like you do want a better position for that. Isaac just peeks on out, gets rid of Draken, and GamerLegion, they're on their 9th. For GODSENT, it feels like they have to get the remainder of the rounds. But look at the money for GamerLegion, man. Jeff Bezos can learn a thing or two.
Looking very good, isn't it? The money for the CT side is thriving. Of course, no position to chill right now. It is on for this GamerLegion side. They need to start winning even more rounds. Make this look unwinnable for GODSENT. Put them in a position where they know their map pick. They're down already. They don't have a chance. That's the ideal goal. I had the pleasure of playing against Acor and Inferno on HLTV. This guy is unbelievable. He absolutely owned me, Hypheria. Like, genuinely, one of the best people I think I'll ever come against in a game. He was, yeah, like a different beast. His AWPing was out of this world.
Yeah, it's so insane that, like, you could be insane at this game. You could be absolutely cracked, top 1%, and you'd still get so easily dismantled by these players.
Yeah. You get humbled real quick when you play against pro players. I'll admit to that. Look at this, though. Imma has to drop the smoke, and that's going to block the vision of his short push. Acor. This is an intelligent play, right? He's in the smoke a little bit, but he's playing anti-flash, basically. So if they were to go for a mid-pop, he can help his short players out and then back away into the smoke. Unfortunately, neither of those scenarios become reality. Isaac's made a push into apartments. Now they should know it's going to be a B play, and indeed, they just gamble it. Joel's going to get sideswiped from the boiler push. Isaac's picked up an AK, and now your only choice is B, and GamerLegion are ready and waiting.
They had an opening. They missed that timing, and now it seems like GODSENT are just locked in. and there's no way out. They're gonna have to cage fight this one through. Keels just steps out into the open, doesn't see anything. That's gonna raise some questions, but as soon as he does see something, there's an overwhelming amount of eyes, and they find everybody. The entire house collapses. Tracking the final player, Shuey, coming through from Banana, spots Tracking up high. So he's got that bit of information, but there's still such a huge task. He can go for this, but the chances are against him as ETR shows him why.
Really nicely done. Good round out of GODSENT, but it comes very late in this first half. Very, very late indeed. And ultimately, the decision for GamerLegion, well, we've got enough money to buy in the rest, but Acor opting to take the M4 for now. I'm wondering if Imma's going to try and spread the love. No. So it's 5 M4s on the side of GamerLegion now. GODSENT, they're going to have the advantage in terms of the AWP. Utility's pretty stacked for this CT side still. There are going to be troubles for GODSENT to find a fifth.
Going with 5 M4s, just it kind of seems to me that they want to play that exact same angle that Acor played in the previous round, because although it being a ratty angle, with an AWP, it's really not that insanely proficient, because they're just going to turn around and spray you down through the smoke, and with an A1S, at least you've got more of a chance, but it looks like Joe has already popped through. He's just gonna raw peek Acor. There's no way, right? He's gonna wait for the smoke to dissipate, and he's too late. Acor will take him to the cleaners, and CZR will follow Joel into the grave.
That is a questionable play made out of GODSENT there. One by one, they face into the long player. That's the easiest double kill you'll ever see for Acor. Draken will finally put him to rest, but that requires the expensive big green to come and take him down. Already, well over $10,000 worth of damage is done by Acor in of itself. Very, very scary stuff. And now ultimately 40 seconds left. GODSENT, what do you do in the late round? It's another B play.
Yeah, they're going to have to show up though, because yeah, Draken is on 12 frags, but I feel like most of them, or lots of them, have been pretty non-consequential for GamerLegion, because he's always last one alive and getting some exit frags. Still certainly doing well. But GODSENT, they're going to have to go above and beyond in this particular altercation. And they do have a smoke for CT, but it doesn't even look like they're wanting to use it. This is perfectly descriptive of what is going on the side of GODSENT. They peek before the smoke unfolds, and they lose the duel. There's no chance of refragging. Oh, no, Draken, if you win the round, it's all forgiven. But you can't. Okay, he does get the bomb down. I thought for a second he wasn't going to be able to, but now in a 1v2, you killed your teammate. But now you have the two show up with the AWP, finds another 1-on-1 against Imma. This could be huge for GODSENT. A round that they have to get. Draken doesn't spot anybody, re-rotates to the back of sight. But Imma, he's so far out, and there's already half of the timer gone. Needs to close the gap, and Draken, he gets an ace, but he's gotten 6 frags in this round.
That is so unreal from Draken. 1 versus 4 more or less as well. Look at this. Firing up. Klopski deleted. Draken finds the spam. Second shot's his. Sick flick onto the third. And the 4th kill is just as nice. Welcome, Draken, to the server. That's an immense ace. 15-7 his KD. And GamerLegion halted at 9.
I'm just thinking about the moment just before that where I called most of his frags inconsequential, and then he shows up, shuts my mouth. And I love it. Draken showing out for GODSENT. But the thing is, right, it's a huge moment. One that they absolutely need, but still one that only gets them closer to contention. It makes a bad situation a little bit better, because GamerLegion, with 9 on the CT side, they're already going to be happy.
Round 15, last of the half, last chance to make it work. A lot to be done here. GamerLegion are certainly a team that could have had an impressive first half. I mean, it still very much is in the red for GODSENT, unless if they win this last. 10-5 is still very dependent on a pistol win. Both parties, that is. Shuey catching a nade, but only the tail end of it. It's Imma that finds a bit of a tag, and it's Isaac to find first blood.
GODSENT struggling in the opening duels. GamerLegion have got their number there. quick change of directory. Good enough. GODSENT going quick. 2 onto the side this time around. Shuey stands out into the open, trying to gun it out, but there's a smoke in the way now as well. Keel sticking it out into the open. Rusty will fell him. Not the second though. Shuey just playing at the back of sight. He's such a menace, a little kid just running around and escaping every single grasp of Draken. He shuts it down, and GODSENT are fully onto the site now.
Caught alongside Isaac for the road. Nade goes in, well placed onto ZTR. Draken trying to use the gap in this smoke to find the fragging potential. Molly goes in, M4. Good damage, no frag. Isaac 1v3. That's just looking better out of the side of GODSENT. It's 6 on the board. The recovery half done. They need a good CT side. The question is, can they kickstart it with a pistol? We'll find out after this. Welcome in, ladies and gents. Second half underway. 9-6 is where we left off and where we'll pick things up. It is, of course, GODSENT behind, but actually made the magic happen in the tail end of the first half here, Hypheria. Still work to be done, but it all starts with a pistol. Your favourites over at 1xBet are still GamerLegion, even more than before, and they're looking to provide exactly why.
And they've been strong. They've just been solidified the entire way through. There's been some good moments out of GODSENT, sure, but the majority is still inconsistent. In GamerLegion, they've had a high line throughout. The pistol could start changing things around for GODSENT. Feels like a must-win. Joe spots the head of Imma, just an easy one-tap, and how they want to get him out of his spot. But Joe was already vacated. Now he's going back in. Oh, this is so smart. He's coming in from behind, from the push. It looks like Keels, or Isaac rather, is watching it, and he does get Joe.
Really nicely done. 5 versus 4, now turned down to 4. GamerLegion still with a minute to work with, and Shuey's made his way out towards Mini Pit, but dropped by Draken. Rusty's up close as well, not needed. Draken's dropped the bomb carrier. All of a sudden, 2 versus 4. Draken's having a great time with the USP. In fact, Draken's having a grand time. It's all down to A-Core. 1 versus 4. And the USP has just found 3. And I'm wondering, has this player been spotted? Plopsky looks to be holding it. He does turn the other way. Timing not on A-Core's side, though, because Plopsky's able to catch him off. 9-7.
That's more like it for GODSENT. closing the gap. No bomb plan either, so GamerLegion, if they do decide to buy into it, it's going to be a whole lot weaker. But it looks like Inferno is going to become a clash after all, after it looked like GamerLegion was running away with it for a second. But there's no buy-up from the side of GamerLegion, so those 4 MP9s are going to rattle away.
There you go. Gonna be a funky one to watch. I think for GamerLegion now on full Glocks, any damage here would be nice. Looking to make anything work, to be honest with you. Don't blame them. Roll here. Still 1 minute and 15 to go. Still time. GamerLegion just trying to earn some respect by playing time, and GODSENT throwing out a lot of their utility early doors. Other than that, it is, I don't know, very, very quiet. I don't quite know what the go-to is, but I guess GamerLegion just trying to take a site by brute force and more of a pop push and a contact play.
Yeah, I've gotten no site with the least numbers, but GODSENT, look how far pushed up at A they are already. They're just immediately going to crunch in from behind, and okay, there's an overwhelm, but Flopsky still with the MP9. Solid enough, and the P250 drawn out gets the kill due to the molly. A standard hold and 1 MP9 loss in the process. Certainly not one they're going to be awake of, and that they actually care about.
Here we go. Round 18, GamerLegion have got rifles, AKs across the board, fair bit of utility. See what they can provide, and that's a good start. Acor's just found the mid-cross. Joel plucked out through the smoke.
That's a tough one. ETR up close with kills. What do all that? Okay, he is intent on taking. He actually wins it out as well. That's huge. GODSENT, they managed to swap out that MP9, but then Shuey has just 2 blind players. There was a trade of headshots. Shuey, on 16 HP, ultimately escapes with this live. Plopsky by his lonesome. Only a flash as well to defend. There's perhaps some util laying around that he can actually use in order to fend off this push, but otherwise, it would have been a tough one. But it looks like GamerLegion are re-diverting back over towards A.
Don't mind it. Nicely done. Very, very fortunate to find that one. 3-on-3. GODSENT still gonna get challenged. They go towards A. That's where 2 of these players are. But to be fair, one of the guns is an MP9. Rusty. I mean, he was ready for it, but GamerLegion actually gonna make the rotate to CT to B. Just as Plopsky starts making his way up middle, he's just given up the free B site, and GamerLegion just gonna walk on in and get a bomb plant, easy as you like.
And they still need to check the back of site just to make sure, but they've already gotten so much ground. Plopsky doesn't duck underneath. Acre right on the money with that one, and this is an insanely tough retake. GamerLegion solidified in their spot, and yeah, exactly. Rusty just goes back. They've accepted their loss, and this is kind of the difference between the 2 teams. There was an opening exactly like this earlier for GODSENT. They didn't manage to make that read. GamerLegion do immediately make that read and just find a free round, basically, after a lot of initial fighting. But as soon as they got that bomb down, there was nothing to worry about anymore.
There we have it. Bomb will go off. Easy business here for GamerLegion. Back on the board, 10-8. Reminder, this is not their map pick. This is GODSENT's selection of the 3, meaning, you know, if GODSENT lose Inferno, they have to play Vertigo, the selection of GamerLegion, to stay alive in this contest. They have got the CT side, but GamerLegion have got the experience on this map. That's the issue that GODSENT are going to continue to face. We've seen GamerLegion be a powerhouse on this map in Tier 2. The map that they knocked out G2 on as well. To will obviously make Rio. Going to be a funky one to watch, nonetheless, an enjoyable one. GamerLegion need to make sure it's done effectively, because winning this round will put GODSENT back to square one.
That's heard by Plopski. He might overstep his territory here. Heals. This is just awkward timing as they collide. This is so awkward. Shuey finds Plopski. That could have gone a whole different way, but there's too many T's to back him up. CTR right at the opener needs to get at least a kill and then dodge. Rusty is actually in tow. He'll be able to shut down Shuey. The GamerLegion, this push is not going to happen anytime soon, and they don't even have the bomb just yet, so they would need to rotate in very long. It really looks like they're going to continue with the push, but Isaac just caught out into the open.
Not bad. Bad at all. It roll into this round here. 2 versus 4. GODSENT are right into the action. Earning themselves a spot. A little bit more so in this game. Still 2 more to go. See what they can do between them. Well, not much for him. And now it's Acor. 1v4. Got the bomb, got a molly, but got 25 seconds of 4 players to shoot at.
There's no real way that he can plant this. At least there shouldn't be any way. Because as soon as he goes for it, oh yeah, well, especially now, there isn't any chance. But even then, clears the back of sight. And now this is an awkward one, because he's going to have to defend this. They are going to start running around the corner. They've still got some flashes to try and knock him out of this spot. And getting the kill here, certainly worth the sacrifice of Rusty. And GamerLegion, that's strugglesome for cash. Acorn, $500 Rooskies.
Not ideal. Not ideal at all for Acor. For the rest of his team, well, now you kind of have to make the sacrifice. You kind of have to go for a buy just because Acor's money is so shot to bits. I mean, he can afford, what, a Tech 9? There you go. Go for it, son. Why not? Just run it at him, see what you can dish and deal out. But at the end of the day, not an impressive one. GamerLegion might just concede a 10th, and if they do so, you know, we're talking 11, 12 rounds before GamerLegion can rebuy.
It's a tough one. Chewy also gets swept to the side by Draken. He was at a stellar performance. After that clutch, just continuing that momentum and really elevating his team together with it. There's more up on his plate. It looks like Isaac and Keels want to run him down. It's a little bit slow on the short slither of an angle to be working with. To be fair, Rusty, he'll shut them all down. That's 2 for him. And Acor is still alive. He doesn't have armor. He's got an AK now. But still, the punchback is going to be his demise if that does occur. Joel just sticking it out in the pit. Draken will find Acor. That just leaves Isaac. He's given up his spot. There's no reason for Joel to peek again. He can just stick it out in the pit and retain his life.
There you have it. 10-all. GODSENT find the equalizer. Not only that as well, GamerLegion that have forced onto pistols, forced onto an eco, and the responsibility of earning themselves back a place in this game would be in round 22, not in 21, which it certainly would have been had GamerLegion have lost Acor before the time expired in round 19. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult. GODSENT, of course, now with a decent buy. Not a lot of money behind them, but certainly will change if they can make this round flawless and make things look easy and swift. GamerLegion, before this round even starts, they're going to call for a pause just to chat things through.
Which, to a certain extent, I guess makes sense, but the majority of it, I can't really get my head into it because you've just got Glocks. I mean, okay, so there's a few buy-ups now, so perhaps that's where the attack pause was called for, but you don't need to push. You could just sit in your spawn for the entirety of it and then talk things through, right? And perhaps retain that tactical pause for a more valuable moment. But either way, GamerLegion, they've still got plenty in the pocket. Looked like that nade was going to bounce right back at GODSENT. This is a round where GODSENT should win. That is mainly a formality, but with how many players alive, that's what's going to matter. They need to start building up that bank exactly like GamerLegion did in the first half.
Absolutely. Down to 3 already. Not ideal for these lads, of course. Any damage would have been nice. Just doing something would be there. No damage, no infliction onto this GODSENT side. That's more like it, Imma. Just drives by, blasts him down, looking for a second as well. There's a couple of players in front of him, doesn't know which one to shoot at, so picks between them is the answer. Actually has found his way out towards short. Bomb's going to be picked up. Volley lobbed in towards apartments. Imma's found a second. This gets worrying because, yeah, sure, while there is a trade out of Draken and the bomb is still left as hostage in the middle of the map, you can't help but think 35 seconds. The fact that they've even done the damage in the first place. Akor's now going to make his way through apartments. That's going to be a bomb plant because no one's here to deny. Imma's done very well. Akor, the fact that he hasn't committed so soon. Waited for the smoke. Now he might just look to cross on out. Counter smoke lobbed in. Surely that's his cue to get in. And yes, it will be. Planted quite safe on the site as well. That's a lot of money that goes into the GamerLegion pockets. Any more damage would be impressive. Imma over the top of the smoke, going to find ZTR. And now he drops down, trying to make the noise, trying to mask his position. Akor's found a 4th. No way are we seeing an eco win. It's just the Tech9. The man that fumbled the bag for GamerLegion in 19 might just be the man to turn up in 21 as he taps away at Draken. The M4 will reign supreme, but that is a valiant effort from GamerLegion. From 3v5, Imma pulls off a blinder.
There is no way that that should have been as close as it was. And a tough round there for GODSENT. With the amount of players that they lost means their economy is still going to be near zero. And GamerLegion, they'll be entirely happy with the amount that they invested into the round and the reward that they got out of it. It was a huge added bonus because now that piggy bank just has got a little bit left on its bones. And they don't have to pick it apart entirely in order to get this buy going. Akor, of course, does, but what do you want? A big grain just costs money. GODSENT, they are now in the lead, so they are getting the taste of victory, and they're starting to near it as well. Draken spots one going into the woods, decides to just lob-a-nade over instead of spraying with the ult. Probably the better decision. And GODSENT, the early door damage game is going in their favor. There's still a whole lot left.
Right now, trying to make the move subtle here for the T side. Waiting patiently to see what's up. GamerLegion. I mean, the bomb's towards B, right? There's 3 players here. Akor's going to get the jump across. Plopsky was on the angle, and I think he might have just spotted him because the reaction to drop a smoke there is all lining up.
Either thought. Just think, wait, did I just see something? I'll just roll the smoke to be sure. Imma loses the duel, and sure, the trade does occur, but you have so much pressure all of a sudden invites it from your behind, and with 30 seconds left, that's not really something that you can afford. You need to stick to a site. In GamerLegion, they are doing that over towards B, but there's 2 still on the defense. Plopsky and Draken. Draken has been an absolute monster. They're just playing passive. They don't need to overpeak this one. Shuey runs right into the scope of Draken, and Plopsky will have heals in its sights. Akor, he can stand and fight, but not just for a little bit, as Plopsky will spray him down as well.
$12-10, GODSENT are 4 rounds away from making it happen. And the fact that GamerLegion are just stuck at 10. Lump sum of cash is enough to buy, but for GODSENT, they can afford all the extra trimmings, which is a luxury that GamerLegion just can't afford. You know, stacks of utility. There's an AWP in the hands of Draken. Akor can't bring one out, and they might even be considering a half buy, an eco here. Go for something fast-paced. Go for something in the faces of GODSENT, just to try and earn a reaction out of them. Because right now, it's been a disaster for GamerLegion here on this T side. I was expecting a lot better. I thought GODSENT were clueless for picking this map. Clearly, they're the Chads, and I'm an idiot.
You're a Chad to me.
Thanks, man. I do try to be, but, like, I don't know, like, GamerLegion on this map are pretty damn strong. Like, their T sides are pretty unreal. CT sides, not amazing statistically, but that's because they do so well on the T side that it just looks bad for them. and they get the CT side first. Don't do amazingly. They could have had like an 11-4 half. Instead, they settle for 9-6. Now they're losing pistol, losing buys, losing grip of map 1, and quite possibly the series.
It's just such a tough economic game right now for GamerLegion. Feels like they're going for a half buy so often, and they just can't really get that bum down consistently enough. GODSENT, props to them with the way they're offending of GamerLegion, but there's certainly still moments where GamerLegion can actually start breaking through. This is going to be a tough one. One on the balcony, one in pit, one on short. There's just so much to throw GamerLegion's way. Array of bullets from all different kinds of angles. Draken is not going to be able to throw an array, but he'll certainly draw all the attention to him. Joel seems very shaky on the aim, but let's see whether he actually is. Joel, look at Chicken running without his head. He's caught off guard, and that just leaves Draken onto the site. Has to defend with the AWP. First shot whiffed, no chance of actually getting that through though. Shuey in such a nuisance spot. Plopsky wants to whittle him out, and he actually does. He knows that Shuey's around the corner now, but Plopsky is still an awkward duel. Nadler goes through, but Shuey uses that moment to actually cross.
Oh my word. No way are they going to win on a half buy. Just when I started slating heavily this GamerLegion side, I'm like, guys, what's going on? Do you know how to play Inferno? Have we forgotten how to hold the mouse and how to put our hands on the keyboard? And they just do an apps pop, and it works so successfully. Isaac's double, Acor's got an AWP, M4's, AKs, everything that can be picked up will go in GamerLegion's pockets. And that's going to be an 11th on the board. GamerLegion aren't happy with the result. They want to change this outcome.
That was such a rough one in terms of the timing. GODSENT were perfectly set up for an apps pop. They had Joel in pit, but Joel started getting into a different angle. Didn't like his initial one. And yeah, sure, Keels, go ahead and hunt. You've only got some armor and a Tech 9, but as soon as you realize that they're set up for you, there's nothing for you to gain anymore. It's tough timing for GODSENT. That's the thing that went wrong. I don't think they intrinsically did anything wrong, but another bomb goes off, and due to GODSENT having a lot of struggles in some of the previous rounds in order to convert them, they won't have a solid buy. No op for Draken coming out.
Odds looking sharpish for both teams. GODSENT, I think they understand they've got a chance, but they've thrown away a lot of their momentum by losing that previous round. They've got to earn it back. Respect. Definitely earn. Him up. I like that peek. I love that peek. Draken just caught so off guard. Look at the positioning for GODSENT. Joel's caught in the transition with boosting. And so Draken, being the bottom half of it, just kind of gets stuck in the open. Yeah, you're left there to die, fella. Joel doesn't swing to help him. And all of a sudden, 5v4, GamerLegion have an advantage.
Okay, the double up. Rusty does only get 2, and Joel with none means that it didn't really work out wonderfully. GODSENT, they're still onto the site very quickly though, so GamerLegion, they might not expect this second wave of Shuey and Keels. They line up, but Keels actually gets the frag, and they're able to advance on the site. Shuey, surely you spotted him. Yes, he did, but ZTR, no, Keels is just too strong. The dude is 11 HP and clutches it out.
Brilliantly done. 12 all. Game's on. Cannot write this any differently. GODSENT have got no money to work with in this round either, which is a disaster. DT side, get your ideas together. You're running out of chances just as quick as you looked in the pole position. You dropped to behind because GamerLegion have found the groove once more.
An economic battle at the very thick of it. Can't compete. There's just no chance, especially for GODSENT, who really haven't fared too well in the pistol rounds. GamerLegions, at least, they were able to continuously do damage. But GODSENT just stacking up over towards A. It's a gamble. Why not? You've just got USPs. You could try and get some of that rifleage away. But it looks like GamerLegion, they don't see anything over towards the B-bomb site. And they're going to do a very simple task of clearing it out, making sure that everything is actually secure. But they'll quickly find that that is the case.
On plant, no chance for GODSENT of making this one a recoverable round. I think they're just looking for exits at this point. Tapping away, Imma. Long range, a little bit messy, but he does get the job done for both kills, in fact. Akor's going to find the third. Plopsky and Draken now left to just kind of sit and wait to see what happens. But at the end of the day, this round is over. It's going to be GamerLegion to take the lead.
Okay, at least a kill. And perhaps, yeah, he's made it into the spawn, but he actually forgot the rifle. We'll be able to go back and grab it. Because Keels snuggling in nicely, but Plopsky gets taken down by Akor, and yeah, there's just no way they are going to let you get away with a rifle. And GamerLegion into the lead again, but GODSENT, this is what they've prepped up for. Plopsky is going to dig deep in order to facilitate the ult for Draken. GODSENT feels like a must-win round, otherwise economy crushed, not even at max loss bonus yet, and everything going against them. But they have been strong in rounds like this. They don't have a full belt of util on all of them, though.
Yeah, this is going to be it. The do or die round, I feel like. GODSENT, look at the utility they have to offer up in this round, right? They go for a full buy, but the utility is so shoddy, so wayward that really, I mean, look, we're at 1 minute and 30 left. You've got 2 smokes and a single molly to try and hold both sites down. It's just so inadequate that we need someone to step up. Joel's had a very quiet game. We're talking about his potential to 1v5 in the server. This needs to be a round that he shows that capability. Plopsky just walks into the crosshair of Keels. Draken trying to swing for a trade. Orp on the angle, does find it. Keels needed to swing. Draken drops into his jaws though, and that's the B site countered. Completely open for the taking. They throw the util towards A, try and keep these players for a little bit longer, but the bomb's going to make its way back around. And the B site, even though Keels is showing some discipline, so open right now.
And there's no reason for Keels to go through immediately, because if there is somebody left on site, there's way too many angles for you to take into account, and at that point it just becomes a bit of a gamble. And right now they can send everybody. GamerLegion, they'll win the round because there's no way in hell GODSENT are going for this. Saving over their rifles, but that was a tough one out of Draken. Tried to get back to site, actually made it into safety, but they were just dropping down right into the grasp of Keels again. Huge from him on the opener. He's had a relatively quiet game as well, but he's just on par with the rest of his team. And GamerLegion, they're playing this like one.
Bomb's going to go off, no stopping. The absolute streak GamerLegion are looking to be on. Keels going at it. Want some frags, want some blood, but Rusty will stop him from making any efforts to take away these rifles from GODSENT. It's 14-12. GamerLegion 2 steps away from closing in here on map 1. And GODSENT really got nothing to show for it in this round either.
Leaving an AWP this time around, and they need to dig so deep in their pockets. It's like there's a hole in it with the way that cash is disappearing. But GamerLegion, they hold all the cards right now. They have all the chips, and GODSENT, they're the ones who have to push all theirs to the center. A must-win round, otherwise economy crushed. And if you don't win, at least you need to be able to save a decent chunk of those rifles. Nades lobbed on top of ZTR. He's going to be able to get one back, but Keels already far and beyond. It just takes one. Imma up against Rusty. Trade headshots, but Imma, there was a wall in between that as well.
IV4. Spot from Plopsky. Waiting now. GamerLegion know how to make a round slow. They know how to take a round to the absolute wire. Smoke towards long. And look at this. It's got so much pressure that even Plopsky's starting to rotate off towards Speedway. GamerLegion have played this one to perfection. Because look, they beckon the rotate. Plopsky thinks he's need to be in fast and pacey with this flank, but instead, no, it's a B play. You've been bamboozled. good night GODSENT. Hit with the left-right good night. This round's done.
Shuey, man. He's already told fragging. How does he have that big of a brain as well? All the calls just going perfectly for GamerLegion.
What a guy. I love Shuey. I've
Oh,
always said this. Shuey is one of my favorite tier 2 pros. I think him and Stiko are like my favorites.
Just a second. What was Draken doing? Because
I don't know. Trying to find an exit, trying to do damage, even though it's going to do nothing to the GamerLegion economy.
and their own economy is in tatters.
Yes.
So it just seems like a very silly decision right now for GODSENT. And they had to stick together to hold on to the A4s. And GamerLegion, they're going to be on 15 with a great chance of closing it out within the very next round as well.
Done. Dusted. 15-12. Map point GamerLegion. This was GODSENT's pick. They had no interest in winning, and it looked to be the part up until the final whistle. GamerLegion have made a miraculous comeback into this game, and now a single round differing. GODSENT are going to use their last tactical pause, I do believe. This is it for them. Try and figure things out. ZTR starting to get a little more vocal, I think, realizing as well, guys, this is a bad game for us. We need to start winning rounds and fast. We've got to win the next 3 to stay in this map. Never mind win it.
Start winning. The idea for GODSENT certainly is going to be there. And they've actually got a decent buy coming into this with that max loss bonus coming through. But GamerLegion, they've got so much money again and again and again. There's just no stopping that from building. And that is going to pose another threat. Even if GODSENT win this round, right? They still need to win all the other gun rounds as well. And GODSENT are not going to have enough money to continue buying up all the rifles if the rounds are close. So there's a huge economical advantage, at least, for GamerLegion. And also just a comfort advantage of just having one good round and being able to close it out. GODSENT, they still need to prove themselves. This is their map pick, and Vertigo might go a whole lot differently.
Popsky taking a bit of damage to the molly. Wanted to linger around and spam through the smoke in case they go running through. Unfortunately, he just takes damage, and no second way about it. No damage done to GamerLegion side. Draken lining up a bit of a spam towards the boiler room as well. You can see GODSENT trying to play things a little smarter, a little slower, but ZTR's flash will denounce Popsky from the server, going in through the smoke kiosks. A little too aggressive, in my honest opinion, and yeah, caught out for it.
Gets GODSENT back on the map, but still a tough push is going to face them over towards A. And Apps pop again. That was their demise earlier on. Draken can't find him, but Joel does well on site to just trade himself out at least. Whatever he can get on top of that, but there is just no utility, and it feels like you're written up for death in a spot like that. Tries to peek on through. Rusty comes through, but he's just spotted wrong on the timing, and they're all falling apart right now. GamerLegion 1 kill away from taking away GODSENT's map.
They 1 round, it's 1 kill. Just ZTR left. Kit in his pockets, nade to go with, but his position compromised. All 3 weapons going to be looking his direction. No second way about it. A well-placed HE putting him down to 19 points of health, but unfortunately for him, it's no frag, and he knows these positions so tight-knitted. When you peek into one, you'll be facing both. And GamerLegion have that one, 16-12, a close affair, but they get it done.
GODSENT just not coming up consistently enough, but GamerLegion, they were just a solid force all throughout that map. And even though Inferno is a strong map, it still was one that they usually like to bat out first, especially against a team like GODSENT. But they took on the challenge. They decided Mirage didn't fare too well for us the previous time around, so let's go cracking at it. And GamerLegion, they will get the first victory, and that means that their next up map, their pick, can be the one that they convert and stamp their approval into the very next round, into the semifinals. That's going to be Vertigo. You're going to have to stick around for a little bit to see those 51 stories unfold in front of your very eyes. We'll cut it to a short little break. We'll be back after this.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge. To feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
A pretty back and forth first map. Hyperia leaves us with a lot of questions, and unfortunately for GODSENT, not a lot of time to give us many answers. They are a map down in this series, and not only that, they are now a map away from being eliminated from CCT West Europe Series 1.
It's as simple as that. If you don't convert your own map pick against a team like GamerLegion, you're always going to be on the back foot, and that's exactly where GODSENT find themselves right now, having to fight it out in an excruciatingly painful battle on Vertigo. GamerLegion's pick, and I don't know how they're going to manage. There were some inconsistencies on Inferno, but it's unfortunate that those inconsistencies don't seem to be flare-ups of the moment. They seem to reoccur consistently, and that's going to be an issue on Vertigo.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, for GamerLegion as well, this isn't a map that we particularly see them pick an awful lot, but it's a map that they're happy playing. Obviously, they played it 5 times, won 3 of them, and they were on a 3-map win streak. They beat GODSENT on this map in OT the last time these two teams played. That was 19-16. They've also beaten ICLA and Falcons with that streak. So, yeah, they're definitely on the upward trajectory. Obviously, for GODSENT as well, having a loss to GamerLegion most recently. They lost to Mouse. They lost to ICLA. The only team they've beaten is Alternate Attacks and GTZ, both teams quite regional in that sense. Not making it to playoff stages, not the caliber that GamerLegion are.
Yeah, exactly. GamerLegion are such a strong side, but considering there were inconsistencies on the side of GODSENT, this is certainly one that they can fight their way back in. It is going to be a duke out, and honestly, if GODSENT can have Joel activate, because let's face it, Joel was underperforming, but that's also because he set a very high standard of himself. But if he can start feeling comfortable, even though Vertigo is not necessarily a map that he prefers, there still is sunshine on the horizon here.
Definitely the case. I think there's a lot to do, you know, in terms of this GODSENT recovery. But there is a chance, right? Nuke the decider map as well. Again, not a lucrative map for them, but it's one that they know how to take close games with. So we'll see, we'll see. And not to mention, GamerLegion currently on a 6-match winning streak. It's 5 BO1s, 5 BO3s, 2 BO1s, while GODSENT in the last 5 games have only won once, and that was against EYEBALLERS. So definitely some differences in that sense, but 100% I'm keen to see how it goes. Hopefully not too long until we jump into action. I think, you know, it's just waiting on now to see if players are ready and raring to go. Ultimately, though, this is it for GODSENT, right? If it's a missed map of Vertigo, they're going home.
Yeah, this is it. This is one of the very first tournaments that GODSENT are running as a team. So even already getting into the playoffs, getting past the first round, it's a decent result. So there's certainly something for GODSENT to continue playing, and especially the moments that they collapse, those are certainly improving points. And as soon as you can start improving upon those, which, to be fair, I've been able to watch GODSENT from the very moment that they kind of started as a team. And when they started, I thought, oh, it's this GODSENT roster's going to disband within a month. And as I watched them game by game, they just got so much better every single time. So they're certainly on the right trajectory to fully start challenging teams like GamerLegion consistently.
Yes, absolutely. I think as well for us here, we're hoping that GODSENT can come out of the gate swinging. Like we're really hoping for a close game, because ultimately they should have won Inferno. How close that was? They were what, 14? Or sorry, they were like 12-10 up, 12-8 up, something as close as that. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult task. Nonetheless, ladies and gents, enough of us blabbling on. Let's jump into the action. Here we are, Mr. Hytheria. The 51 floors of Vertigo, GamerLegion, T-side start, GODSENT select the CT side beginning. And, well, let's see it roll, right? This is an important few rounds for GODSENT. Get off on the right foot, things are going to be looking better, but things might just look just as bleak if GamerLegion just roll all over them.
Odds heavily stacked against GODSENT. Really need to make waves and at least start chipping away at that and prove everybody wrong. They can certainly do so. Be a huge underdog pick, but potential is something we've talked about the entire time. That's still prevalent, but it looks like GamerLegion, they're just going for an incredibly spread out map control play, and then it's looking like it's a B pop trying to go through mid as well, but they are so wrong in that regard. They've had some great calls, but there's 4 over towards the B site, so this is going to be a fight on their hands.
Yeah, definitely going to be a brawl. GamerLegion want to make it a faster pace as well. Give the B players no time to react. Rusty tries to escape. ZTR, he finds one. Plopsky's Julie's in for a second. The bomb's up close. Shui's able to close another. But that's the bomb dropped even further forward into CT. A massive misplay from the IGL. It's a flank from Acor that delivers onto Joel. And then OZTR's location, the flank from behind also compromised. Imma's still sticking around to try and take this fight their way. It's low HP for both of these players, but for GamerLegion as a whole, they are sticking together. Well, GODSENT split up, and now they can isolate fights. And now it's just CTR. 1 versus 2. Bomb plant attempted. USP does fire out. Both of these players are shot away from death. Acor even lower now. How are these players staying alive? ZTR needs to now reload these Julies. And he just goes from bad to worse. Acor's going to get charged down. There's a player towards ramp that should be here to help. And now it's just a game of cat and mouse.
And Imma knows that he doesn't have to peek, and ZTR making noise. Look how far back Imma is, and he is going to find it. Imma, that's a huge play. Pressing back that far. Gambling that GODSENT aren't actually sticking this defuse. It'd be a ludicrous thing to do, to be fair. But GamerLegion, they win the pistol off the back of an insane push and just tearing away at GODSENT, who had the entire army there, and they still break through.
And that's a GamerLegion pistol. Arguably, you can't blame ZTR being in the 2v2 because that was a round that GODSENT felt the step ahead the whole time. But now, I mean, look, 1v2, both players low. Yeah, you can say that's ZTR's fault because he doesn't win it and both players are tagged up, but it was just a well-played round from GamerLegion. They knew how to isolate the fights. They knew how to challenge correctly. And that's exactly what they deliver. And now, ultimately, for GamerLegion, realizing there's a hell of a lot of pressure towards ramp and towards A. Their mind, Shui, casts his team towards B. Let's go the other way. Let's go to the other side. And let's make sure we don't meet much resistance. And that's exactly what's happening right now. They're just getting up, ready, gearing up, utility goes in, and now it's just about sending it in, just getting that bomb plant and making sure this round's clean.
Honestly, for GODSENT, they could consider just saving this and running it back into the next round, because they've only lost a bit of view to, and yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. It's a pacifist side take, but I'm starting to see more and more why Stewie is such a highly anticipated IGL. So many correct calls, also an Inferno, an Owl Vertigo. He's doing incredibly well in the calling department. And next to that, he's also just a fragging IGL. He's stuff made of stardust. It's very uncommon, but GODSENT, they still need to compete, and they'll try and do so.
Indeed. Second round on the board for GamerLegion. No resistance met by GODSENT. The respect goes both ways. Just keep holding your guns, your armor, your utility, anything that you have. And so there will be a challenge in the next round for GamerLegion, but the fact that they're already 2-0 does make you wonder, what can GODSENT do differently? Well, it's going to be rifles in the next round. That'll be the point that we speak about next. For this one here, it should just be smooth sailing yet again for GamerLegion.
Not smooth sailing just yet, I guess. Technical pause coming through. Something wrong somewhere, but because everybody held on to the rifles, no clue. Not a Scooby as to who's actually got the issue. But as I mentioned, GODSENT saving in that round, certainly not an issue. They were just able to run it back and have another try at the exact same round, while GamerLegion did invest into some more utility. And of course, exerted that in the previous round. So it's little victories that GODSENT have to take away from this. And also, just the economy game was dead wrong on Inferno. They were not able to keep GamerLegion grounded, and they're trying to do so now.
Hopefully one that doesn't last too long. I mean, maybe it's just a mouse issue. There's a lot of typing going on, so clearly it's either one of those that's like a discussion, where it's like everyone's laughing, having a good time, or I don't know. Usually this is like the juicy bit where like all of the players are chatting about their day or laughing at something, or you know, oh yeah, you know that fella Joel slammed his desk, mate. Red Bull went everywhere, and then everyone from GamerLegion's laughing at him while he's trying to clean his mess up. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, ladies and gents, hopefully nothing too serious. We're gonna go to a break. When we are back, it's straight back into Vertigo. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Mouse issues resolved. We head back into Vertigo. GODSENT, of course, just as a quick catch-up, saved the last round. They went for a force buy, didn't work out. They gamble stacked A, GamerLegion went B, so they keep their guns, and GamerLegion keep theirs as well. So a third round, while an eco for the CT side looks more of a half buy as we head into round 3.
GamerLegion. We resume right back at your regularly scheduled programming. Usually that's said a whole lot smoother, but GODSENT. Only thing they had to invest is a few of those utilities. Look at this GamerLegion sending Napalm over towards the B site, but Plopsky is up close already. Keel's around the corner, but he sends him into death. Now they all go spraying, and those flames have dissipated. They've quieted down in the spray of the MP9. This is looking good for GODSENT. A brilliant start of the round, doing a whole lot of damage and even more on Emma.
It's looking really good now. GODSENT have got an advantage, but not only that, they've got themselves a bit of space and a bit of time to work with. And what the next step is, well, Joel, while taking fight's got to be careful. Rusty's on a big flank. Do they expect this? Imma's looking the right way. This is looking dangerous, but doesn't check the close angle. Acorn now has to swing to trade, dinks him through the wall, and that will result in the kill 3v3.
Rusty just a bit indecisive there. Wanted to go back, but then thought he would get peaked sooner. He had that tiny opener, but Shuey, he's sticking it out over towards the B bomb site. It's a one-on-one basically against ZTR. Yet again, those IGLs so pivotal in this round. He's getting back up now, though, and Shuey, he's running onto the site. A beautiful shot out of ZTR. They know where the last player is as well. They don't even need a headshot for this one. Just a regular shot anywhere. Put it in his tiny toe, and it'll be good enough. Isaac tries to skedaddle. He'll manage that and probably be able to get away with the AK. And GODSENT, they'll get the round.
Yeah, very important. That was a bonus for GODSENT, technically. They saved the guns. They do it justice. An AK and a Galil, part of the weapon saved into this round. And so here we are, round number 4, but a chance to tie things up for GODSENT. They've got a buy beneath them for GamerLegion. Similar scenario, but just much less utility to work with.
For a quick ramp push, there's a whole lot of Yuto being on both ends. Emma right out into the open, and there's way too many CTs for him to deal with. And very much the same will count for Shuey. Finally, GamerLegion managed to find one, and that's directly an opener because they've got short now, and they can start perpetrating site even more. But Rusty will plug that whole cemented shut. And that only is for a tiny moment as Acor. Draken with the deagle, man. He's got a scout, but he decides that he wants the better headshot. Draken, now he can just play defensive. No need to peek out into the open anymore.
Looking real good. Nicely done. Joel's going to find the last. GamerLegion silenced at the portion of this, the first portion of this half, I should say. Of course, still a lot of work to be done. Still very early on. Still a lot of time for GamerLegion to get back into this game. Don't forget, obviously, Inferno just started with a very slow half for them. They started amping up into gear, and then they have to back off a little bit, play a little slower, play a little smarter. They did end it in the outcome. It's a game of a marathon, not a sprint. GamerLegion will realize this as well. So one eco intermittent to the buys that they're going to provide.
GODSENT, that's exactly, this is all for the back of them going for a 5v5 save. And even though it looks a bit ridiculous from the face value of it, because why would you go for a 5v5 save? It's netted them 2 rounds off of the back of it, being able to break GamerLegion's economy and also grab up the rifles that were left over.
No, it is exactly that. Of course, this is a little more difficult for GamerLegion to be winning out just because of their weaponry is terrible. And Plopsky, unfortunately for Keols, will find a very, very quick headshot with a sudden 5v4. If the weapons weren't looking great, the numbers certainly don't either. An unhead Kevlar Plopsky gets taken down to the Glock of Shuey, and all of a sudden the round looks a little more believable. Draken lining up a double. Nice shot from Rusty. It's Isaac the last, and he sits in the smoke, patiently waiting for his demise. At the end of the day, 2 kills is good, but GamerLegion, they will concede a third.
Yeah, Isaac locked in. Nothing that he could do about it. At least goes out with a ding. With GODSENT taking lead. And this is exactly why we couldn't count GODSENT out just yet. Even though their backs against the wall, sometimes that's exactly where you need to be to realize the situation and the severity of it. They're starting to match GamerLegion, but we haven't really seen any of those fully fleshed out gun rounds at all. It's been a force buy from either end or a weaker one. Right now, it's just a straight up, full-on clash. No up on the side of GamerLegion, so they're going to have to circumvent that and make sure that Draken isn't too much of a powerhouse. It looks like Draken is playing over towards middle. Rotationary.
Flash goes in. Ollie in towards ramp as well. Acor's found the opening frag. So now that GamerLegion have rifles, prove case in point that they've got what it takes to take some T rounds off of GODSENT. Good start, but of course, it's not a round conversion just yet. Still plenty more to go.
And looks like that plenty more to go is coming on over towards A. After Mully lobbed over towards B, trying to throw him for a loop, and that's exactly what they've done, because there's only one straight up A defender. You've got Joel right there, and he's able to get back quickly, but he was playing a more retake angle and currently holding down mid. This is a great idea out of GamerLegion, though, because they are basically going into individual battles. You've got Joel and you've got ZTR. You've got 3 and 2 to try and take those down, and then for the 2 at mid, they need to quickly make it over and make sure that the rest is secure. But Joel doesn't even need to peek. He could just stand his ground right here, wait for his teammates to come in from behind, because there's 2 right there, and that's exactly what Joel was doing. He'll be thrown up to Plopsky. He does manage to convert those frags. ZTR very much the same. No need to overstep this one. You've got a lot of U2, and they still need to actually get that bomb down, and that's where you can lob all that utility over Keels after getting the bomb down to get sprayed through the smoke, and it's a 3v2 hold.
Bomb ticking away. Time for GODSENT to make their move. They have the numbers advantage, but definitely not the seconds to go with it. There's kits, there's smokes, there's flashes. They can all get expended here. One tossed out, Imma trying to get up close and personal. It is being stuck. He has found good damage. Now they know that he's not on it, and Acor's found the first. It's massive damage structure. The diffuser. Oh, Imma with a 1v2. Straight to the heavens to find Draken, and straight through the smoke to find ZTR. And they get dealt an absolute masterclass. GamerLegion. A narrow miss from GODSENT's fourth, but it's all tie game.
And the thing is, you can't have the player who's closest to the ramp be the one who's defusing. You need to have some people to cause distraction instead of them hiding behind the smoke. I can see the idea of wanting to catch them off guard, but at the same time, with the way you're hiding behind the smoke is also cutting off your vision. So GODSENT, they had to be more prominently onto the sites in order to actually take it down, and instead, GamerLegion, they'll stick it, they'll be able to force everybody off the bomb, and with that, convert the round. Draken has still got naught, though, and he still has them lined up. 6 round for a little bit, but that actually got him the information on Shuey.
Very, very nice frag. Plopsky's going to find another as well, so already 5 versus 3. Not an ideal start for a side that looks so promising. Like that's just pinched away around that probably they had no business in winning, and ultimately now it's just one of those. They stare down the barrel of a fourth. GODSENT put GamerLegion even further down the pecking order. Not ideal, my friend. Not ideal, Hypheria. That GamerLegion, it's very hit and miss right now.
Are they just going to have similar forms in both their own map picks? Just struggling and a tad lackadaisical on certain occasions? Because to a certain extent, I'm all there for it, because that means that we probably see a third map, but at the same time, there's still plenty of time to right your posture and get swinging again.
Gonna be done. Another one of those that they have to chalk up. 20 seconds. Everyone's got no money. I mean, I understand the AWP save, but of course, you're going to have to basically save it twice if you want to keep it. If not, you're on Mac 10 Galils. You know the job. Not ideal. GamerLegion down 1 round, to be fair, but it is 4-3, and it's a scenario in which, well, every other time it would just be a full eco, but now they might just have to invest around these save guns and hope for the best.
GamerLegion saving over the rifles, but it's not like the rest can actually buy up around it. Isaac can get a Deagle out and start scrapping away. But overall, should be another round converted for GODSENT. This is just going back and forth. Tug of war being played and both sides on equal strength. And it all comes down to what moment you pull and how coordinated you are in it. GamerLegion. Looks like this one is just going to be going by the wayside. They have fully invested into it, by the way, but Plopsky's shadow already gave him away, and Rusty, can he at least survive this? But it doesn't really look like the onslaught is coming immediately.
Patiently waiting. Rusty going to move back. Wants to make sure he's in cover before anything. Understand why. See at this very moment, right? That's an AK. Or rather, that's a rifle that can get picked up, scooped up by one of these GamerLegion players who have some Kevlar. It's an M4. Kioz is eager to get his hands on it, and he will indeed deliver. Rusty, a perfectly timed smoke, but GamerLegion could use this for all the wrong reasons. Instead of it holding back these players, they're going to use it to creep up and probably send it through.
GamerLegion, I love that they slowed down because it kind of gives Rusty, sure, you back down and he's able to set up again, but it also gives him the information of, well, there's nobody currently pushing after it. I think GamerLegion want to overwhelm, but there's still a decent chunk of U2 on the side of GODSENT that's being chucked at them. GamerLegion, they don't want the smoke there. They're going over towards A again. That has got Joel on it. Joel was a menace to be dealt with, but it seems like he's just backing down, and he should accept this site just being taken. If he's sticking this one out, it's just so awkward. And right now, they can smoke it all. They have got a retake. Acre also with the open. Oh, no. Oh, the double nade, but they actually got the bomb down. Oh, that's so close.
Could have won them the round. Instead, they had to chalk it up. And I did say it was an awkward situation for GamerLegion to be in. You're forced to invest around these safe guns. And the guns that were brought forward weren't great, but they made do of them very nicely. And you've got to give it to Acor. 3 on the AWP in this round. It has been nothing short of fantastic. And Shui knows ZTR tagged up majorly. And ZTR knows his life probably going to be over. There's a flank from CT as well. Isaac's waiting with the Deagle. Just going to wait for the noise. Audio Q given up and an AK in his hands. GamerLegion equalised. But not only that, it's now GODSENT that are set back to square one. This game's getting interesting.
Back and forth, and that's a round that GamerLegion should have no business in. Joe sticking it out into the open. It's just a mistake. Playing as simple as that. You've got the advantage. You've got everything in your favor, and then trying to get that gap bridged early doors. You can't just wait for your teammates and use the utility that all of them have. But anyway, the past is in the past. They've got a hero rifle on Drac, and Rusty already does it with a Deagle, though. And they're going to be caught off guard by Keels. Draken is, but Rusty is already through, and he's been able to recover that AK.
Yeah, unfortunately for the T side, they now got to be very cautious about this push. Shui is electing to play very smart. Oh, no, that's not good. That is so not good. Shui, I understand, right? Like, you've got to go and check middle. You've got to go and make sure it's all clear. But now you've just forfeited a second player. Bombs in the middle of no man's land. AWP doesn't connect either. Nade will go over the top. Rusty does get tagged up by it. Now, Imma, surely the flash is good. Not good enough. How have they allowed Rusty to do this? It's an embarrassing round for GamerLegion.
It just keeps on going back and forth, man. It's not even the hero A1S that they had invested in. Plopsky is a... Oh! Dead! Plopsky is dead! That's exactly what he is! Oh no! And now they have to give up the site. Sure, they'll be able to recover those AKs, and probably... But what the hell are we watching?
2 points of health for Acor. A bomb plant to help out. Now to try and sculpt this as a 5th for GamerLegion. A very upsetting start. Rusty's efforts might not be enough. There's the first of two. Acorn might just peek out as well. Only one body shot required from Joel, but now they know the location of this pistol. They've just got to hunt it down, and Acorn plays a game of smarts, finally taken out, and there is going to be an AWP pickup for Joel. Taps it, not sticks. Kios jiggling, waiting, knows that Joel isn't on, and now it's a game of playing with time, and it's the Executioner that ends this round. A really nice round from Rusty, but somehow 3 isn't enough.
Plopsky is going to be obliterated about that one. The 5-7 can be a cruel mistress, sure, but you've got so much time to sneak up closer. There's so many other options. But you just have to get the kill there, no matter what. And he did not manage to do that. Huge out of Acor. It was a quick turnaround. But a round that shouldn't have been in GODSENT's favor. Then all of a sudden was. And Acor, oh, he plucked Rusty out of the tiniest margins of the sky. And this just feels like all is going wrong right now.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty horrific situation now for GODSENT to be in, because that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. This round continues to just go their way. Be a disaster. Draken maybe even spotted out on that position. The spam with uncanny timing. Nonetheless, it is just dead silent right now. Not too much to really go off. GamerLegion know as long as they play for trades, they're going to earn themselves a 6th.
GODSENT still got some rifles, but this final minute of GamerLegion has always been incredibly strong. One that they've left it down to relatively often because they're the first one to get a whiff of what GODSENT is actually doing. But CTR's getting all the information. Draken did find Shuey. That pulls it back into an equal numbers game. CTR on the escape again sticks out into the open, but he found a frag. And Joe again starts on spraying through, but it's just an overstep. And Imma not caught off guard. I mean, he was, but Acor's there to keep him secure. No, it's still a nade on Plopsky, but Imma, he's just doing everything right now. He's being the bait. He's getting everybody out. He's also returning and running away from Plopsky very quickly. But there was a nade, and that would have stopped the plant for GamerLegion.
Nade going in. Top of the bomb. GamerLegion don't budge. Now the swing's out. Okay, no one's on it. I'll make the noise. You just chill. I'm playing sandbag. Plopsy's got no time now. We've got this round under lock and key. 6-4. GamerLegion make it work. Listen, got a bit tricky. Got very, very difficult. But that is a brilliant set of events to give them that 6th. And as I said, that investment going wayward means only one thing. GODSENT, unfortunately, sent packing. And this is where things can get devastating, because as quick as, you know, I could say, well, this has been a back and forth game, is also the same speed that GamerLegion can just start picking up pace, start getting money in their pockets, and make this a very grueling 15 rounds for GODSENT.
And they're on the T side as well, so a back and forth wouldn't even be good enough for GODSENT. And especially once you're trailing by 2. Just the 1 A4 in this round. Everything looks doom and gloom right now. It's almost a certainty, I want to say, for GamerLegion to be on 7th. But we've seen an insane turn of events basically every single round, and they're going to push ramp here. Aggressive. ZTR forgets about the corner, though, and just Chewy is going to decapitate. And there's no other player behind that push, and they're just falling apart here. GODSENT, they will be forced to give up a 7th.
Love this from Kios. Taking initiative. He does actually have the flank. The only rifle of Plopsky. Currently got his back turned to the big man. Fortunately for them, this is looking very negative, because with 1:10 to go, Kios is just going to wander on out. Oh, hello. Eyes on one. Oh, hello. There's a few there. There's a little bit of damage. There's my third frag. But now, we'll pincer on in and have all of these players executed. Really nicely done from Kios. Although messy, it's enough to give GamerLegion a 7th, and quite a swift pickup at that.
Realistically, as long as the Draken doesn't turn on a dime and is able to put 2 headshots in, just getting that frag is good enough. You don't necessarily need to do more, because consistently GODSENT have to be looking behind them, because he is a threat, whether he's going to peek up from above or actually walk out of the door. So very well played by GamerLegion again. using that Mac 10 as a bit of a freebie to just run around, see what information you can get, and also find out, ping that A4 if you do come across it. It's all information that GamerLegion will be very keen to have. And right now, they're going to have the information of everybody buying up on the side of GODSENT if they get the correct read. And they have an AWP out. So that's kind of where GODSENT have been strong. As soon as Draken is able to utilize that AWP, but both Draken and Joe are having a rather quiet game again.
Draken opens things up in the right way for GODSENT this time. AWP through a wall will find the first. Smoke goes in towards Gap as well, trying to delay this T side with their ramp take. It seems that GODSENT have an inkling that that's going to be the case. Joel blinded, and that isn't going to stop the swing from ZTR. Finds him through the smoke. 5 versus 3. Looking a lot better now here, it seems to be, for this CT side. GODSENT know how to piece around together, and they are showing that. Shui has met with some resistance, though. Oh my god, Shui! What a wall bang onto Joel!
Oh my, I mean, Joel's been sticking out into the open a bit too often, but this one, nothing that he can do anything about. Just plain dumb luck. And also a whole lot of skill to know that's even possible, of course, on the side of GamerLegion. But my goodness, that pulls it back into a 3-on-3. Acor still low, but we've seen what he can do from low HP. He's got an AWP, so as long as he's quicker than the opposition. Popsky, he's still got a nade and molly as well, so much, and he'll peek out. That's where the molly is going to get lob. Isaac has already been able to cross, but a nice flash from Rusty to back it up with, and that's more like it for GODSENT on the defense.
Oh, doesn't hit. 20 seconds left, has found the flank. That was the scary part of this. Low HP, I guess, is going to be another problem he has to face with, but if he can isolate these fights and find these quick headshots, I think everyone would believe in. Oh my god. Oh, Shui. How dare you even let it get that close? GODSENT will find a 5th, but at a major cost, and Plopsky's 3k battling GODSENT out of another defeat. Shui, look at this, though, for a frag. Oh my word, what a genius.
Utter filth coming through right now, man. I mean, parental advisory, GODSENT. Due to that still being such a close round, that's all that Shui had to do, right? Still make it close from a 1v3, got it down to a 1-on-1. Got damn close in that, by the way. But 3 MP9s now out for GODSENT, and this is still going to be a strugglesome round. They're going to try and prop themselves up aggressively, but Rusty's aggression is going to be heard easily. And they'll be able to prep for him. It looks like Rusty has actually capitalized. No, never mind, Acor can just peek around the smoke and still retain control. Bottom ram, Draken, he can be fortunate there that all he took was 11 damage.
Oh, nicely done. Keel's going to find the first. Draken gone. No, the first. It's actually his first. It's the second kill in the round. Through the molly. Popsky. Okay, well, at least his toes warm, but unfortunately his body is cold. He stands in the molly. Plays lifeless. CTR 1v4. This is 8 on the board for GamerLegion. What a dominant T-side already from them.
GODSENT. They're keeping the economy grounded for GamerLegion, but it's a lot of coin flips that don't go their way right now, and well, it's due to themselves. They're the ones making the mistake. They'll be able to get an exit frag, but as soon as you try and vacate this spot, Acor, got to tag up your body. Plus a return with pistols. So decent damage done, but GamerLegion, they're feeling confident the entire way through. Still plenty of money, don't get me wrong. They've been keeping the economy low, but that's in comparison to Inferno, where all of GamerLegion were getting close to max cash.
What a bad set of events here for GamerLegion. 2 off the marker, finding double digits. There's only 2 left in the half. See what they can get done here in the penultimate of the first 15. Molly goes towards Gap, smokes everything, chucks in GamerLegion making sure that that isn't going to be a problem, and knowing that they're against the pistols, probably want to take this round a little slower here, Hythera.
Just have a bit of a breather because I'm still feeling tensed up of the previous few rounds. It's been a warfare to the worst degree. Using every single trick that's available to you in the book with CTR. Can he be nifty enough? No shadow to give it away, but Shuey still offers himself up, but he's just taking bodies left, right, and center. Finally, Rusty puts it to an end, but Plopski's back reap has also found out. Rusty cleared away. And GamerLegion, they'll be on their 9th.
Expected, it was against the Eco. But there you have it, right? It is going to be an obvious 9th for GamerLegion. One more to go in the first half. Double digits on the line. Unfortunately, I do want to, you know, just basically put it out there. That is that even if this goes, the old 10-5, it's not going to look good. They're going to need a pistol win. No doubt about it for GODSENT.
Yeah, big time. They've still got rifles currently in. Not tracking anymore. Shuey just clatters him. Rusty at least is going to avenge his fallen brother. Isaac in the corner. Battle against Rusty. Wins that out. Reloads. Preps himself up for the next one. Plopski. Oh, he smelt something from underneath. And Isaac is going to be swept by the wayside. But GODSENT. This is going to be a tough one. It's been lethal, and Keel's very much the same. Shuts Joel down. That's where you needed him to come alive, but Plopski's flame ticks will also be giving away his spot. And this is looking like it's going to end in a 10-5.
Does indeed. One man for the job. It's Mr. ZTR, other side of the map. Sure, he's got an M4A4, but it's no head armor, no kits, no utility, no nothing. And arguably, no chance. Fortunately for him as well, even if he finds the first, there's still two very hungry GamerLegion players that are here to try and take him down. As he starts to move up towards B, wants to check out angle by angle, piece by piece. Imma sits up close towards Wood. Angles continue to get checked. Imma will find the frag. It's 9th in the half. It's GamerLegion's 10th. 6 away from knocking GODSENT out. Can they get things done? We'll find out after this. Welcome back, everyone. Second half underway. Oh, it's us. Never mind. Second half is underway, mate. I was looking elsewhere. I didn't know it was coming to me. I just assumed it was going to the game. I was just checking my monitor. I was seeing what GODSENT are like on CT side. And it doesn't really matter at this point. It matters that they win a pistol. That's what's going to kickstart their campaign back into this game. If they lose it, I'm not going to be too confident in saying that they have a chance of making the recovery.
And the previous time, oh, look at Keel's already so far through. ZTR, if he waits with the smoke, he's going to have such perfect time. And he actually spots them. ZTR lining up the smoke. Oh, okay, it was a bit strugglesome in a core, but it actually looks like he didn't spot the second player. Keel's has indeed been able to get away for just a second, and so he starts veering in again. Well, still heavily in favor of GamerLegion, of course, but this is a huge opener for GODSENT.
Absolutely. Great here for GODSENT to find a 6th. I mean, 4 versus 2. Surely the scenario doesn't get too out of pocket. Ruby and Isaac have got everything on their plates. U2 goes in towards B. Still waiting for the push. Isaac realizing, oh, wait a sec. It's not looking great. I'm going to sit in the smoke, try and wait for the flash to come in. That's my cue to get out onto site. Didn't expect the second one. Oh, my word. That's the 6th shot from Isaac through the smoke. Looks a lot more manageable here for the CT side. Problem is, it's a bomb plant. And they don't know where the remaining 3 players are. No kit between them either, which means it's a full 10-second stick. So they have to get a move on. Isaac spotted the first, and maybe Joel even spotted as the second. Not too sure. Surely they clear this one out. They do. Isaac hits it. No way. Surely not. Bomb's going to find the response, and Isaac gets dropped as well. A nail biter for GODSENT, but 3 in the round for ZTR, 2 on the board for Plopsky, and a 6 on the board for GODSENT.
That would have been heartbreak central if GamerLegion managed to still find it by 2 insane Isaac openers. One through the smoke and one just easily peeking around into the corner. And GODSENT, they do manage to win it, so no need to talk about what could have been. That's all left in the past with GamerLegion. They want to advance in the future, and they've bought up in order to try and do so, which is a bit of a risk here because you allow GODSENT to still have a way better buy in this and another free round if this does go wrong. Of course, they can do the very similar thing as GODSENT, and if it doesn't really go good, you just start saving and bring it over to the next round. For GODSENT, this is a way to close the gap.
Gotta get funky with it here. Him up, having the boost, has to fall back. Gotta be careful because left his teammate prone to get spammed out by making the noise, but I'm confident in that. Nade, pretty well placed. Chewy, unfortunately, has to eat that one up, deal with the consequences, and ultimately it's just an exec on in. Easy molly. Draken finds the first, and, well, if I'm honest with you, GamerLegion should be saving.
Yeah, there's no real way back in. Imma could find an opening, but yeah, that's not a great enough gap for them to fully go into this one. And Rusty also making sure that GamerLegion won't be able to retrieve any of those weapons. GODSENT nicely converts it round, but I guess it's very similar to what happened in the first half, just 2 pins off the board. And GODSENT, they'll be entirely happy with that, sitting pretty. And just a 1 Mac 10 as well, so it really depends on what Draken wants to actually bring on out, whether he wants to go for the Mac 10 and drop Rusty an AK or whatever to get some extra cash for that AWP. But you know 100% what GamerLegion are going to have, or at least you've got a rough idea.
Gonna get funky. 10-7. GODSENT having won the pistol, starting to earn their chance back into this game. Definitely being given some respect. Jesus, the tongue twister. It's all coming out in this round. But fortunately, right, they have been given that chance. GODSENT having won a pistol. Now, of course, for GamerLegion, it's just these pistols. It's the save. It's the half buy. Whatever you want to call it. You've got to basically label this one as basically a stepping stone for GODSENT's 8th. Shouldn't really meet much resistance considering it's double Galil, double AK, stacks of utility, and all of these things that GODSENT have are luxuries that GamerLegion can't afford until that happens. Imma dinks up ZTR as well. Plopsky does actually close the gap to Kios, but again it gets scary. Imma overcommits. ZTR will find him, but the MP9 lingers around and is going to find some damage. P250 on Chewy finding another. It's a 2v2, and the HP actually favoring GamerLegion.
Bomb is out in ramp as well, so they're going to have to recover that first. But Joe has been making massive strides on the opposite end of the map, and now the timing is not in his favor. Oh, Isaac struggles a little bit, but he does get the frag, and with that, GODSENT are dead in the water. ZTR have got 7 HP, and what the hell just happened? Also for Joel, by the way, I don't think there was a whole lot of reasoning to try and go further and further and further. He just had an entirely wrong read of and expecting somebody to be on the B bomb site. But CTR, he's still going to have a crack at this with 7 HP, 1 gust of wind. The nade in the hands of Isaac is all going to be enough. That seemingly will be the end. Indeed, the nade is going to deny the plant, and Heartbreak Hotel is where GODSENT are currently residing.
I open my mouth to speak well about GODSENT, and they get absolutely owned by the save call. GamerLegion up to 11, 5 rounds away from knocking out GODSENT, and have knocked so much wind out of their sails by winning the previous round. Financially, GODSENT are doomed if they don't win this round in the follow-up.
This is such a rough watch right now. It's just getting fumbled all across the board, and usually the ones who are doing the fumbling are GODSENT. And I feel like that's kind of where you can see the 6-month experience versus the 1-month experience. But Rusty has found Isaac off the very bat. That's a great opener. how GODSENT can work off of that, basically mitigating them having a pistol in this round, because the numbers are still entirely equal with the players who actually have rifles. But when you look at the utility, that's where the depth is certainly on the side of GamerLegion. With GODSENT, they're picking the correct site. GamerLegion still having to rotate in, and they're trying to do that. But Joe already first through the gate, spots Keels. The nade has got to land in his backyard with a decent while out. Lopsky looks too aggressive, but they still haven't got that bomb down. Finally, that started.
Molly goes in as well to try and deny this, but the fact that GamerLegion are down to 2 now, embarrassing. GODSENT, I mean, sure, they had rifles. GamerLegion also invest just as much, and they're going to be sent packing in this round. No way are they winning this out.
What the hell are we watching, mate? Like,
I don't know. I have no clue. I don't have the words to describe what we're watching. It's just happening, I guess.
oh, I like this. They're going for a little boost up. Core, let's show your flicks. Oh, okay, actually gets it, but somehow legs ZTR. Because ZTR jumped up and, well, there goes Plopsky from above. Lorraine some more. Now Ima written up for death. Surely no, he managed to create an escape route for himself. 2 frags to end the round with Badrakan picks up the orb. So there's basically only 1 rifle lost for GODSENT.
I mean, it's not terrible, but again, GamerLegion still only 5 away from winning. GamerLegion still have the good position in this map and in the series. GODSENT are playing a game of chase, but don't be too convinced just yet. Of course, we all know and saw what happened in map 1. We all know GamerLegion won despite GODSENT having the lead and basically having the whole first map under wraps. And that's a good start from Ima. The 1 saved gun, the caveat, has opened things up majorly. And a second shot from Isaac connects. 5v3, GODSENT 1 by 1, they're falling.
We've seen crazier things, but usually, as soon as you start a round like the way you'd be able to take it home. But Rusty, now that Keels only has a pistol, yeah, you're not going anywhere, Keels. You're locked in, chained to this Rust. Still awkward due to the flash coming through, but Rusty has gotten into the site now. There is an escape. They managed to make their way into safety. And over towards Ave and Stewie. If he doesn't get cleared, he's going to be a pain in the behind. But surely GODSENT are still going to check that angle.
I don't know if they will. I really don't know if they will.
3 mollies.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that they should, but that might just distract everything. Oh, Ima hit the shot. The volley does go in the face of Shuey, but there's massive damage, and there's massive casualties for the T side. All of them fall. Ima finds a beautiful round for GamerLegion. It's 12-8, 4 from victory, 4 from success, and 4 from knocking out GODSENT.
Draken might not have a monitor or desk left after that one. He legged up Acor, and with that, they lose the round. Otherwise, he would have been able to play around a little bit better. And sure, there would have still been a crunch down for him, but perhaps it wouldn't have been that aggressive. And GODSENT, it's a get pushed. It would have been in their work, because as soon as they're going to hear a lot of rusing over at ramp and they're starting to clear out the sandbags area, that's where GamerLegion might think, okay, well, if they're still fighting on ramp, we're going to be careful of short, but we are going to try and retake site so we can give better support to Shuey. But GODSENT, with going aggressive, they gave that up, and GamerLegion were then able to just play from every single angle provided to them. A tough round for GODSENT, one that they quickly need to set aside, and that's exactly what they're doing, because they're just forcing up.
Don't blame them. They know that the money's on a nice edge for GamerLegion, but the quantity of players that survive does mean issues for the GODSENT camp. Acor trying to hold down the angle in middle here. ZTR. Quite fortunate that obviously there's a wall that separates himself and ladder room from this particular angle. The peak is in. Acor just have to fire once. He knew he was going to hit the shot. Plopsky actually going to find another nade. Well placed. That's going to be another Tech 9 dropped. And now ZTR forced to play a little more passive. The remaining part of the squad's heading out towards B, and Kios has given up a lot of ground. The flash doesn't do much, and the heads are rolling, and it's an easy round here for Kios and Isaac. ZTR's the last man left, has picked up a gun, but it's a 1 versus 4, and Acor over the top of both smokes will close the show.
Just a higher battle. They're taking the podium, but it's GamerLegion who pulls out in front, put themselves in pole by a good margin as well. GODSENT sitting at the back of the grid right now. struggling to try and catch up because they've invested into that round. Their loss bonus wasn't exactly like they could have comfortably do so, but they did the math and they knew that even if they saved, there probably wouldn't have been a buy, or there wouldn't have been a buy. They didn't have any money for it. So GamerLegion starting to get so close, and GODSENT not being able to start tying some rounds together really hurt them. A lot of those wiggle waggle rounds that you don't know what's happening in have fallen in favor of the CTs. And you can see that in the scoreline. Isaac is just cutting away with the help of Shuey. This should be an easy round, and indeed it is.
I'm up 14-8. 2 more rounds for GamerLegion. They're going to be counting down every single step of the way. GODSENT, another tactical pause. They know their backs are against the wall. They know that this is the buy that makes or breaks it all. And unfortunately for them, it's not looking too likely. And unfortunately for them, I don't think anyone here is going to be believing.
I ain't.
Don't blame you.
They have been strong. This matchup should have been a whole lot closer. And instead, it's the tough rounds that go against them. And they're going to need to bounce back from that heavily. Jump on that trampoline and beat up in GamerLegion's face again. Because even though it's been very rough and GamerLegion has been able to build up a bank off the back of it, you're still in contention. You're still playing. You cannot give up in a moment like this, even though you might feel like you want to and just exit out and chill for the rest of the day. There's perhaps another map up if you can clench up. That's not a word, but clutch and clinch, those combined will create new words, and GODSENT seems like they have to create new meaning to the game here as well.
They caught quite zoned in on what's happening in front of him. Kioz's going to find the opener, though, and now drops a smoke, wondering, Draken, is he going to play face? Is anyone going to play face towards ramp? Looks over the top, double scopes in, and this is what I'm on about. Akor's so thorough with his angle clearing and his positioning. Smoke going to be dropped in, halfway up the ramp. Nade goes in as well. Plopsky is consuming the HE. Dropped by half. Akor now realizing, hold on, there's a little bit too much pressure for my liking towards ramp. I'm going to close that idea up. I'm going to move away. I'm going to get back towards site, and I'm just going to play for numbers, because right now, my team's sitting in the 5v4.
Luckily for Plopsky, there's no metal detector to get past because of the shrapnel in his body. There's still certainly a bigger threat on the opposite end. Imma currently posing that for Rusty. Joel tries to jiggle it out, but Imma is too strong. Finds two. Plopsky has to win this duel, but against Akor, there's just one bullet needed, and he pulls the trigger right on the money. Shuey, the IGO, closes it out. Draken will fall as last, and there's just no money for GODSENT to try and send this one into another round here, but they're going to have to try anyway.
No chance. Done. It's over. It's finished. I don't think anyone is going to be saying otherwise. GODSENT, their last pause used. And unfortunately, their last chance in staying in this particular tournament. Of course, we all know how CCT works. There's 4 series, so I'm hoping they're going to be back for blood and back for more. But right now, it's not their time. Draw the short straw. You play GamerLegion, one of the most solid teams in Tier 2 right now. And they're going to get punished massively for it.
GODSENT. Again, such a tough scenario, and you can't really see where GODSENT is still incredibly strong and the potential that they have, but just looking at a team's potential isn't actually going to bring you anywhere, and there's been plenty of people with potential that in the end didn't live up to it. And unfortunately for GODSENT, that's abundantly clear in this particular best of 3. They're not yet up to the task, not fully. There's certainly still room to grow. That's Shuey sitting back, but for GODSENT, they have to find that opener, get something going for them. Shuey not going to be forced out, just lobs the smoke in. still holds on to the spot, and Plopsky is burning alive. Oh no, that's not how you want this one to go. Draken, he's not taking any damage through that grill though, but Shuey, he's just, what a baller! He's sticking it out into the open. How does he get away?
The fact that he finds a frag and backs up as well. Imin now takes his position towards sandbags. Shuey, alpha male movement towards ramp. And now it's down to the final three. Now it's down, basically, to the masterclass. A couple Deagles and a Galil. Gonna try for the spam, try for the fights. They know him is in the sandbag. No utility this time to flush them out. And no lives left. GamerLegion make it through. That's a sick way to win it out as well. 16-8. Map 2 done and dusted. And unfortunately for GODSENT, they're done. And now, of course, GamerLegion, hard task done. They move forward. Semi-final spot guarantee. Top 4 in this event. A bundle of points and smiles on the GamerLegion faces because they have themselves a victory today.
And they have the rest of the day all to themselves unless they have any other matches going on. But that is it for them. They don't need to play anymore. A simple 2-0, which in the essence of it might look simple when you purely look at the scorelines, but that was such a close affair and so many rounds fighting away and getting rounds from your opposition that really you should have no business in. But my goodness, like Joel is such a volatile player that one day he'll get 46 kills in a best of 2 or in 2 maps. And then all of a sudden, he only gets 5 on Vertigo this time around. I feel like that is a problem for GODSENT.
Definitely will be, but I don't quite know where we sit on that whole situation. It's going to be a difficult one to watch nonetheless, Hytheria. And as I said, GODSENT, unfortunately today, they don't make it to top 4. Another valiant attempt here in the playoff stage, but it is indeed GamerLegion that will play the winner of Illuminar versus Apeks. And speaking of, they, of course, have a BO3 very soon. I'm not too sure if that game's going to be immediate or not. I'm pretty sure they have a best of 3 elsewhere as well. So going to be some clashes there. We'll give you all the info in just a few moments. Until then, thanks, Hytheria, for joining me. Have a great afternoon. Have a great weekend, everyone. And I personally will see you all next week. Until then, have a great one. Bye-bye.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.